Going to call to order the 4:30 PM closed session adjourned regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. And just a note, Councilmember Obaji's here. He just stepped out for a second. He'll be right back. Let's see, do we have any blue folder items?
There are no blue folder items for closed session.
Okay. Now it's time to go down to E, public communications on closed session items and non-agenda items. There's no one in the audience. Is there anyone online?
There are no participants online and no e-comments for closed session items.
Okay, could you read off what we're going to be talking about in closed session items F1 through F3?
Is authorized by the government code, is listed on the published City Council agenda. Council will discuss the following closed session items. We have item F1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation regarding the case of Meta Mechanical Company versus City of Redondo Beach, windows 1 through 100 inclusive, case number 25TRC-B00677. We have F2, conference with legal counsel on anticipated potential litigation, one potential case, letter received from the law firm Morgan, Lewis & Bokius LLP, dated September 24, 2018, attached as a part of the agenda packet. We also have item F3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, in the case of David Conroy versus the City of Redondo Beach, County of Los Angeles, City of Los Angeles, windows 1 through 50 inclusive, with case number 26TRCV01630.
Okay, thank you. And City Manager Witsansky, who will be speaking to each of these, please?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Joy Ford. For item F1, we will have Andy Wingy, our Public Works Director, and Lauren Sablon, our City Engineer, along with Joseph Riley, outside legal counsel. For item F2, we will be joined again by Andy Wingy, Public Works Director, and then outside legal counsel Joshua Dale and Lee Smith. And for item F3, again, Andy, Joshua Dale, Lee Smith, and then Senior Human Resources Analyst Nicolette Petz.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to recess to closed session, please?
Move to recess to closed session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, we will recess to closed session. We'll be back on or about 6 o'clock PM to report out on any disclosable actions and to start the regular open session of the City Council. Thank you. to open session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji. Here. Councilmember Barrett,
Here.
and Mayor Light.
Here. City Manager Witsansky, do we have any announcements from closed session items F1 through F3?
No reportable items this evening, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn to our regular open session?
Second.
All for? Aye.
Mayor,
Anyone
actually,
opposed?
Mayor, one caveat to that. You did give unanimous authorization to defend the matter under F3. Under
Okay.
F3, sorry, we got a little caught up in
Okay.
follow-up. F3, yes.
F3, unanimous follow-up to defend, right? Okay. So where were we? We were at, anyone opposed to adjourning to the regular open session? Okay, hearing none, we're unanimous. I will call to order the 6 o'clock open session meeting, regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. If we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service at this time. Okay, thank you. And now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence afterwards. I'd like to call up Vivian, who will lead us on the pledge tonight. Vivian, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Vivian. I'm a sixth grader at Adams Middle School. My favorite subject is social studies. I love riding my bike in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Vivian, thank you for leading us in the pledge. Come on up. Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Does that mean you're a seventh grader next year?
Incoming.
Will be a seventh.
And you were in elementary where? Bernie, all right.
Okay, parents, you want to come up?
Is this your little brother?
And is that your brother? Get them all up.
I like it. We'll see him next.
Next week or next month.
Okay, thank you very
Thanks
much.
for coming.
Well done, Vivian. Okay, that takes us through item C. We're going on to item D, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. I do have a proclamation tonight. Do you want to join me down at the bottom? Councilmember Castle. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we recognize and celebrate Juneteenth. Juneteenth commemorates June 19th, 1865, the day when news of freedom finally reached enslaved African Americans in Galveston, Texas, more than 2 years after the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. It stands as a powerful reminder that freedom, justice, and equality are values that must be continually pursued and protected. Today, Juneteenth is celebrated across our nation as a day of reflection, education, and community. It honors the resilience, the achievements, and contributions of African Americans whose efforts have helped shape our great country and strengthen our communities. Here in Redondo Beach, this observation carries a special local significance. We are honored to serve alongside Councilmember Chadwick Castle, to my left, your right, whose family history is directly connected to the legacy of Juneteenth. I've invited him to share a few words about his family story and what this day means to him.
Thank you, Mayor. Last year, the mayor and I were talking about Juneteenth in his office, and I mentioned to him that my family comes from Texas. I was actually born in Texas, and my father's family, I've been able to trace back to before the Civil War, where they were actually born in Texas and were there when the Navy ship landed at Galveston and decided to enforce at the end of 1865, enforce the Emancipation Proclamation. So in history, we learn about Abraham Lincoln and that there was a Emancipation Proclamation that was given in 1863, but slaves weren't told about that. And so it wasn't enforced until years later when the Navy landed in Galveston. And so my ancestors, my great-grandparents were there and freed as part of the Emancipation Proclamation and celebrating Juneteenth. So just in terms of making this holiday, something relevant to all of us, this is something that's important to me, but I think important to all of us, that liberty and freedom are a very important part of American history. Thank you.
Thank you. As a descendant of those whose freedom was realized in the aftermath of emancipation, his family's story serves as a powerful reminder that the history we commemorate today is not distant history, it's living history, carried forward through generations. Juneteenth provides an opportunity for all of us to learn from our nation's past, celebrate the progress that has been made, and recommit ourselves to the ideals of freedom, equality, and opportunity for all. It is now my honor, on behalf of the City Council and the residents of Redondo Beach, to proclaim June 19th, 2026 as Juneteenth Day in the city of Redondo Beach, and to present that proclamation to Councilmember Castle. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, continuing on with announcements and AB 1234 travel expense reports. I did attend the City Selection Committee of the Council of Governments, where I nominated Councilmember Kalajerovich to be our LACA representative, and she was indeed elected. She has to go through a ratification process vote that'll be coming up, I think, this week or next week.
24th.
The 24th. So congratulations on the first step, and confident we'll get to the second step there. I attended an event up at the Marine Mammal Center in San Pedro, where they recognized two Redondo Harbor Patrol and one of the members of our harbor community as ocean heroes. One was Captain Jake, who, if you're familiar with the glass bottom boat, that's his vessel. He got recognized because he, of his own volition and with his own money, built a ramp for small sea lion pups to be able to get up on the sea lion barge in our harbor. He's also one of the biggest reporters of injured and sick sea lions in the harbor because he's in there daily doing the glass bottom boat. And then two of our Harbor Patrol accepted the award on behalf of all the Harbor Patrol for the role they play in rescues of marine mammals, both in our harbor and also helping to release animals when they're released out at sea. Most recently was a sea lion named Rocky, who had 2 bullets in his head and fully recovered, other than he did lose permanent sight in one eye, but they can survive that way. So they thanked recognized our Harbor Patrol for their role in that. I also had the honor, I got invited to attend the Redondo Union High School graduation. As I was reading down the list of the attendees, I saw Councilmember Barrett, your son was in there, so congratulations on your son graduating. And it was a great ceremony. It was an honor to be part of that and see that happen at our high school. And finally, I stumbled into Councilmember Castle's community meeting on Saturday. It was at Wilderness Park. I was going up there to do some work. I saw the door open on the community center, and there was Chad and Elizabeth. So I stopped in. Thank you for letting me sit in on your meeting. That was informative. Okay, we'll go to the rest of the council. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't do a lot in the last week. I spent most of it in Colorado visiting my daughter, but we did have the Riviera Village Association meeting this morning. Both Athens and Nike stopped by to give the board updates and information about both the new trash rates and how that would relate to some of the businesses in the area, and of course the Nike run that will be running right through the middle of Riviera Village. New members of that board and officers will be installed next month at their meeting. June 18th is a ribbon cutting at Discount Tire up over on Artesia, just east of Inglewood. The 19th, I'll let you mention that one. June 25th is going to be the South Bay City's Council of Governance Board meeting. June 28th, South Bay Pride Paddle and Lunch at the King Harbor Yacht Club. But also that weekend, June 26th, 27th, and 28th, Riviera Village Festival. It starts at noon on Friday. There's going to be over 150 exhibitors, curated arts and crafts booths, Ocean View Beer and Wine Garden with live entertainment throughout the day, international food trucks, carnival rides for the kids, and as always, admission is free. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castle.
This week I had my community meeting, the first in a while, at Wilderness Park. Normally I have them here at the main library, but decided to change it up and have it in a different location, and had our community services director, Elizabeth House, speak and talk about all of the things that the Parks and Rec and all the special events that we have coming up for the summer. It was well attended, and we even had a surprise guest come through Saturday morning. But it was a great opportunity for residents, not just in District 2, but across the city, to come in and ask questions about things going on in District 2 and the city and the parks. After that, I actually came to City Hall to see the Juneteenth celebration and summer reading kickoff, which was a very good event. It was actually, there were more attendees this year than we had last year. So I'd like to just give a shout out to our Assistant City Manager, Jane Chung, who organizes that event. And then also with our library director, Dana Vinke, who worked together with his volunteers to staff the carnival booths for the event. So it seemed like all the families were having a great time at that event. And this Friday we have coming up the cruise at the lagoon at Friday afternoon at 3 p.m. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yeah, just quickly, I want to thank those who attended our second crossing guard meeting, community meeting at Lincoln Elementary last Wednesday. And I also was excited to attend a Rotary event with the Redondo Beach Rotary this last Saturday at the shooting range, and got to see that space in its glory for the time being. And that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Abaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Hanging with Bear, I think Councilmember Bear, it's gonna be a long one. Thank you to Director Dana Vinke and Jane Chung for a phenomenal summer reading launch on Saturday. I came here with my two daughters, and the way it worked is this: you went into the library, you got your bag with goodies and a card, a bingo card, and it had 12 spots on it, and you had to go to all these tables outside and play the games in order to get stamps on them to come back and get a prize. But on your way out, the Friends of the Redondo Beach Library were giving each kid a free book that they could choose from this whole table. So we went outside and there was all sorts of fun games. Police officers were there with snow cones. It was a total blast. Assistant City Manager Chung had her husband voluntold to work there with her. So that's dedication, and that was a really great event. My kids had a great time there, so thank you for that. I also wanted to give a shout out to our city manager and our director of community development, Mike Wazanski, Mark Weiner. We had an employer who's expanding rapidly in North Redondo, and they asked for a meeting because they needed help to meet their federal deadlines, to meet their contracts. So we brought in the cavalry. City manager Mike Wazanski within 2 days was there Monday morning with Director Weiner, Lorena Sewell's in charge of the building department, and Lisa Winter. And we had a great meeting, came up with great solutions. I heard their deadlines. I heard our city manager essentially promise that we'll help them meet their deadlines. And they're going to bring tons of jobs, probably grow threefold here in the next few years. And so that was great to see. And thank you, Councilmember Barron, for making that happen as well and joining that meeting. And lastly, I want to give a shout out to our Public Works Department. If we can show 2B, please. Because I was walking the pier this morning, as I do with my youngest daughter, and I just, since it's budget season, asked them for the costing to redo this bench. Can we see it? Yes. And then as I walk into City Council today, I get a picture of this bench. So bravo, Mike Klein and Chris King. Great work down there, super responsive. Thank you so much. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Barron.
I'll just say, yeah, the event we had, the meeting was great, and Rico was there with us as well. So I thought that was good.
Oh, sorry, yes, Rico.
And that's all, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So now we'll go to item E, that's approving the order of the agenda. Does any member of the council wish to propose a change to the?
I made an error.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I want to thank in the library department, Sonia Ortiz and Lisa Winter, and Lorena Souls and Mariko Baker in the community development department for that meeting. Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now to item E, approve the order of the agenda. Does any member of the council wish to change the order, propose a change to the order of the agenda this evening? Okay, seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve the order of agenda as published.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, we have a unanimous vote to approve the order of the agenda as published. Now we go to an agency recess. We're going to be recessing to the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Could I get a motion to recess to the Redondo Beach Housing Authority?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Councilmember Castle. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, we are now going to the special meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority. Could I get a roll call? I'm calling the meeting to order. Could I get a roll call, please?
Member Waller?
Present.
Member Castle?
Here.
Member Kalijetovich?
Here.
Member Obaji?
Here.
Member Barrett?
Here.
Commissioner Price? Commissioner Newton?
Here.
And Chairman Light.
Here. Okay, could I get a motion to approve the order of agenda, please? Item A on this agenda.
Move to approve the order of the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Is that an aye down there?
Aye.
Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Let's see, are there any blue folder items? Item B.
There are no blue folder items for this meeting.
Okay, thank you. There are two items on the consent calendar, the approval of affidavit of posting and the approval of the motion, approval of motions to be read by Todd Lonely. Anyone wish to pull any of those two items?
No.
Seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve items C1 and C2.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before I call the vote, does any member of the public wish to address consent calendar items C1 or C2? I see no one in the audience. Anyone online?
There are no one online.
Okay, I will call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. We have no excluded consent calendar items, so we will go to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda that pertains to the Housing Authority. This section will be limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. Do we have any written requests?
There are none.
Okay, anyone in the audience wishing to address the Housing Authority? Okay, seeing none. Anyone online?
There's no one online.
Okay, thank you. So we're going down to item F, ex parte communications. This is where the elected officials up here and the appointed officials reveal any conversations we've had related to the 2 public hearings. Tonight we have 2 items, G1 and G2. So I'll ask each member to go down and disclose who you've talked to, if any, since our last meeting on items G1 or G2.
Nobody.
No.
Go ahead.
Have I talked to with anybody about it?
Yeah, have you talked with anyone on items G1 or G2?
I haven't.
Okay, thank you.
I have not.
I have not.
None since the last meeting.
None, thank you.
None.
And likewise for myself. So we will now start public hearing G1. This is a public hearing to consider the approval of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority Administrative Plan revision for a housing choice voucher, our Section 8 program. With that, I'll take a motion to open the public hearing.
Move to open the public hearing.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the public hearing is now open. Are you going to speak to this,
Yes, I will.
Director House?
Yes, I'll introduce that, and then I'll hand it over to our housing manager, Imelda Delgado. We do have a presentation, if we can put it up on the screen. So this is an update to our administrative plan. As you may recall, in January of this year, we brought you initial edits and amendments to our administrative plan, and our admin plan dictates how we manage our Section 8 and voucher programs. During that approval process, council directed us to come back at a later time and also provide updates and amendments to how we manage our wait list. So we have gone ahead and done so. Imelda will walk you through what that looks like now and what those changes are. And with that, I'll go ahead and give it over to Imelda to walk you through the item.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. My name is Imelda Delgado. I'm the housing manager for the Redondo Beach Housing Authority, and I'm here to present the revised administrative plan. The Redondo Beach Housing Authority is a public housing agency that receives federal funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. HUD requires that all public housing authorities have an approved administrative plan with policies and procedures to establish the outline for the program administration and ensure consistency in accordance with federal regulations and local program objectives. This includes policies on how applications are processed, how the waiting list is maintained, and how eligible households are selected for assistance. As directed, the application policies and procedures for accepting applications and purging the waiting list have been amended. The administrative plan was revised so that applications for rental assistance are accepted until a designated date or until 500 applications are received. For example, we published that we are accepting applications for 2 weeks, but if 500 applications are received within 3 days, then we stop taking more applications. We will take those applications and create a waiting list, sort it by preferences claimed, and then date and time. For a period of 12 months after applications are received, staff will pull applications from the waiting list as needed based on voucher and funding availability. After the 12-month cycle, the applications remaining on the waiting list will not be called, but will be purged. Once the waiting list is purged, the process to accept new applications may begin once again. With that, I'm going to close my presentation and recommend that the administrative plan is approved and Resolution HA 2026-04 is adopted. But I am more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Just as a reminder, a refresher, so we'd been discussing this for quite a while, and this is the way we had a list that's huge, and we had no way to purge people who weren't responding anymore and were long on the list, and there was other people wanted to get on and we couldn't. So this helps solve that by kind of recreating the list every year afresh, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have, okay, I already have speakers. Councilmember Obaji.
Oh, I didn't mean to raise my hand, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Waller.
Yes, thank you. One question for you, Imelda. How does the process work at the end of the 12 months? Because obviously a lot of those people are going to want to apply again. So are they notified? Can you explain that process a little bit?
We would probably notify everything in the publication at the beginning of the process, where we would publish the date that we would, or the dates that we would be taking applications, and indicate that it's a 12-month cycle and that it would be purged at the end. We should and probably would send out a letter to everyone remaining on the waiting list, letting them know that as of so-and-so date, they would be withdrawn.
And then could reapply.
And could reply, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Anyone else wish to? Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yeah, thank you for doing this extra work. I do think that it is going to create the opportunities that we're looking for to offer to those who, one of the things that you had worked through with me is that our waiting list had been closed since 2015. We had thousands of people on the waiting list, and many of those people will apply from all over the county. But one of our priorities is obviously to help those here in Redondo Beach, and we have some priority classifications. And by not doing this, we couldn't fulfill that. And so this is the best way, and I know it does add some work, but I think we'll have a lot more meaningful engagement with those that we're trying to help. So thank you for doing this. It is much appreciated.
Okay, anyone else on the council? Any questions? Okay, could I get a motion? Oh, no, never mind, we're not going to do that. Okay. Any public input on this item? Any member of the, do we have any written comments?
There are none.
Okay, any member of the audience wish to address item G1 on the Housing Authority agenda? Okay, I see no one in the audience. Anyone online?
There's no one online.
Okay, with that, I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. I'll take a motion now to adopt resolution number HA 2026-04 by title only.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. We'll go straight into public hearing G2. That's to consider the approval of the significant amendment to the Beach Housing Authority 5-year plan for the Housing Choice Voucher Section 8 program. Could I get a motion to open the public hearing, please?
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the public hearing is open. You have the floor.
Thank you. We have another presentation for this one. It'll be brief. The reason we're bringing this item to you is because you just approved the changes to the AMNIT plan. And as part of that, we have to go ahead and update some other related documents. So with that, I will hand it over back to Imelda.
HUD requires 2 planning documents, with one being the 5-year PHA plan. The second is the annual PHA plan. The 5-year PHA plan sets long-term goals and objectives. The annual PHA plan outlines how the Public Housing Agency will achieve those goals on an annual basis. Additionally, the PHA must maintain and update the administrative plan that outlines policies and procedures. Changes to any plan required associated updates to the complementary plans. In the previous item, the board approved changes to the administrative plan associated with the waiting list. This item will formally adopt those changes to the 5-year plan through a significant amendment. The required process for significant amendment includes publishing a notice for the public hearing, consulting with the resident advisory board, holding a public hearing, and providing an opportunity for public comment. With that, I'm going to close my presentation and recommend the significant amendment to the 5-year PHA plan for fiscal years 2026-2030 is approved, and the resolution H8-2026-05 is adopted. But I am more than happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have any questions or comments on the council? I have no hands up at this time.
No, thank you.
Okay, with that, I'll take any input from the public. Do we have any cards on this item?
There are none.
Okay, anyone in the audience wish to address item G2 on the Housing Authority agenda? Okay, seeing none. Anyone online?
There's no one online, Mayor.
Okay, I will take a motion to close the public hearing then.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the public hearing is now closed. I will take a motion to adopt resolution number HA 2026-05 by title only.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
2 items to read, Mayor. We have adopt by title only resolution number HA 2026-04, a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the agency administrative plan, and then adopt by title only resolution number HA 2026-05, a resolution of the Housing Authority of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving the significant amendment to the 5-year agency plan. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Jumping down to item J, member items and referrals to staff. Does anyone have any referrals to staff? No? Okay. Then I will take a motion to adjourn back to the regular city council meeting.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, the next scheduled meeting of the Redondo Beach Housing Authority is a regular meeting scheduled for Tuesday, September 1st, 2026 at 6 p.m. right here in City Hall Council Chambers. With that, we're returning back to the regular city council meeting. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly-Jedovich.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
And Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, we're going back to the open session agenda on item G. Do we have any blue folder items?
Yes, Mayor, we have 5 items for tonight's city council meeting. We have 1 item for H12, a public communication regarding the improvement to an 8th amendment to the agreement with PlaceWorks, Inc. We have 1 item for J1, a public communication on the public participation of non-agenda items. We have 2 items for L1, the public hearing to consider the fiscal year 2026 to 2027 proposed budget. Those items are public communication and a budget and finance commission letter, a North Redondo Beach Business Association email, BRR number 1, and then a number 1 revised in BRR number 50. And then 1 item for L2, the public hearing for user fees for the Community Development and Community Services Department. This is regarding Resolution 26-06044, Exhibit A, an updated Community Development Master Fee Schedule. And that is it, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file the blue folder items?
Move to receive and file the blue folder items.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Now we're jumping down to item H, the consent calendar. We have items H1 through H14. Does any member of the council wish to pull any of the items H1 through H14?
I do.
Councilmember Barrett?
Thank you, Mayor. H13.
Okay, anyone else?
And H9, please.
H13 and H9. Any others?
Nope.
Okay, with that, I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar except items H9 and H13.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, before I call the vote, does any member of the public wish to address any of the items H1 through what's our last one? 14, except H13 and H9? Okay, I see no one in the public, any in the audience here, anyone online?
There is no one online, and there were 6 e-comments received with position opposed.
Okay, I will take the roll call, not roll call, vote for H1 through H14 with the exception of H9 and H13. All 4.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, items H1 through H14 pass unanimously with the exception of H9 and H13. Do you need to read any of those?
I have 2 to read, Mayor. We have H7, adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2606-041, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a public works contract to Griffith Company, a California corporation, in the amount of $5,247,590 for Fulton Playfield Multi-Benefit Infiltration Project, job number 60280. And then I have H8, adopted by title only, resolution number CC-2606-042, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, approving and adopting the annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 2026 to 2027.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we're now going to the excluded consent calendar items. Councilmember Obaji, you pulled H9.
Yeah, can we light up 2B, please? First, thank you to the city manager and the city manager staff for bringing up this awesome strategic plan. I just wanted to widen the breadth of item number 44. For a long time, and this really came to light through our budget discussions with the mayor, but for a long time, we've thought about Wilderness Park as far as the investments we're going to make in the park. But we haven't thought about how we sustainably protect those investments and what type of programs we develop to do that. And because of the high amount of dollars that we're putting into Wilderness Park, it is important that we preserve it and not preserve it at a high expense that drains from the city. So I just wanted to include in our goal here, our objective, that we consider regulations, signage programs, staffing hours adjustments, and even potentially entry fees to sustainably protect and preserve significant investment in Wilderness Park. And you can wordsmith that however you'd like, but that's just the slight amendment I wanted to make to that goal. Is that okay with you, Mr. City Manager?
Manager Wojciechowski,
Yeah.
in response to that?
No, that's fine. I know there have been issues associated with activities up there, recurring activities. I know part of the budget conversation, BRRs have centered around staffing and flexibility there to perhaps add staffing and just hours, et cetera. So happy to add this to the overall goals of the park. And I can't tell you exactly how quickly we can bring that back to you. It would
Not a
take some
rush,
time, but
put it on our radar.
it's something we can certainly support.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
I
thanks.
can't get my hand up fast enough. I have a question.
Member Kalajevic had her hand up first, so.
I was just going to say, I mean, I think that's a great point, and is not exclusive to just this project, right? We have many projects that we're investing in, and the ongoing maintenance, the work required, and any staffing with that needs to be considered as things grow throughout the city. I think we should do what we can do well and not stretch ourselves too thin. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Kessel, you don't know how to raise your hand? Or
Well,
working?
it's not at the bottom of my screen.
Like logged him out or something.
Yeah. So I would just make a friendly amendment to what you have there and just say, and usage fees instead of even entry fees, just because we have various groups who also use Wilderness Park. So I would like to consider, the fees that we charge them as well, just fees in general.
Yeah. I mean, I think entry/usage fees, and there's, we would come back with options and we would discuss many of those.
Okay, cool. Just I make a motion to revise that, including your amendment,
Okay, do we have a second?
and approve it otherwise.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion by the council? Okay, before I call the vote, any member of the public wish to address this item?
Joan Irvine, District 1. I want to thank you for doing that and having usage fees. Having been Leadership Redondo Class of 08, where our project was a water-tolerant California native garden that just died. And we spent a lot of time and money and effort and all of that, and just to see it die because there was no money for the city to take care of it. So I appreciate that you're going to be charging these fees, that you're going to be taking a look at as you're doing projects there in other parts of the city, that there is a maintenance so that these efforts are not just destroyed. And so thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Couldn't resist.
Ron Miracle from District 3. A great addition to this would be actually making it a historic landmark, so you open yourself to more access to grants that you can use to achieve your goals.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
There's no one online.
Okay. Everyone for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, now Councilmember Castle, you pulled H13. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Barrett. I said Castle.
No reason to come up. This is the Game On Live studio for the King Harbor Water Polo Program. Is the vendor here tonight?
I believe so.
Okay, no need to come up. I just want to say thank you, and thank you to our staff and our council and mayor for bringing this event to the waterfront. It's the type of exciting event and of activation that we've been looking forward for a very long time. It's not going to be easy. We know that. There's a lot involved down there. It's probably one of the most important, if not the most important pieces of real estate in the city. I hope it's back next year. I did have a few concerns, which I won't get into tonight, but in light of those concerns, Mayor, I'm going to vote no on this one.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the council wish to address this item? Councilmember Obaji.
Sure. I want to thank our director, Elizabeth House, for helping bring this forward and helping move it along through the council and negotiate this deal. I was just going to comment on it, not pull it, but since it's been pulled, this is an example of the council trying to activate the waterfront. This isn't exactly a high revenue event, but it is something that's bound to bring a lot of people. And so I thank Goals for setting up, choosing Redondo Beach and Game On Live Studio for coming down here. Should bring a lot of people, should bring people to come stay at our hotels, patronize our restaurants. We're not offering food or drink, so folks who are down there all day working up an appetite in the water are inevitably going to have to eat something, hopefully nearby. So this is a great pilot program, if you will. We'll see how it goes for this summer. And if it works out, we can repeat it in summers to come. And if it doesn't, then we just don't repeat it. So motion approve.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovich.
He was before me. He can't offer
I'm
his.
sorry.
No, I just said second.
Councilmember Castle.
Oh,
We have a motion and a second. I'm calling on you.
Did you have a comment?
No, I didn't have a comment.
I just wanted to add to this, add on to your comments. When we were at the South Bay COG annual event that they have, they brought in.
General Assembly.
Thank you, General Assembly. They were talking about economic development and growth. And one of the things that they highlighted was youth travel sports as a huge opportunity. And it wasn't the Olympics, it was actually youth travel sports. I think this is a unique opportunity that we could capture some economic activity from that, not specifically from fees from this pilot program, but like you said, through our restaurants, through hotels. And we're talking about 4 months. This is not a one weekend event. So I think there's great upside here. I look forward to seeing it kick off, and I hope that it really goes well so that we can do it in years to come.
And thanks to our Harbor Patrol for keeping it safe.
Yes.
Indeed.
Since we have someone from Goals here, is there anything you'd like to say tonight?
Since you came all this way.
Right. My name's Sean Stringham with Game On Live Studio. I'm the CEO of Game On Live Studio, and we are excited to do what you just mentioned, and that is bring some excitement to the waterfront. We do water polo. We've grown from October of 2020 until now to where we have our live streaming water polo all over the country, and almost now just got an invitation this week to potentially even do it worldwide. So we're excited to bring some attention to King Harbor and Redondo Beach and bring some excitement for the youth and for the water polo athletes. So thank you so much for having us, and we look forward to a great partnership.
When's the first game?
We got to go get the courses in Phoenix. That's Friday. So that's where I'm going Friday to go get the stuff. So we're hoping next week, by the end of next week, is
Okay,
we're planning
great.
on being ready.
We hope for great success.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address this item? Okay, anyone online?
There's no one online, Mayor.
Okay. I just want to echo my gratitude for this coming forward and all the hard work of staff and goals and Jordan Thompson for pulling this together. I think it will be a great opportunity to activate a portion of the waterfront in the water that has not been activated before. And hope this will go for many years to come. Historically, this is kind of going back to our roots. In 1907, George Freeth led the water polo team for Redondo that took all comers and became the West Coast champions. We were the centroid for water polo at the time. This is open water polo, and I think with the number of events and the length of time it'll be in the water, we're back to being the capital of water polo, this time for open water polo. So look forward to this. With that, I will call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
No.
Okay, motion carries 4-1. I don't think there's anything you have to read out of those two. Okay, so now we're at item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject under the council purview that does not appear for discussion or action tonight. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. We will take written requests, if any, first. I just want to say before we get started, this will be the last night we're using this process. There's a new Brown Act requirement that will take effect by our next meeting, where we'll be calling on people in the audience and then online and alternating as we go. Anything else I need to add to that? Okay, so there will be a change and it will be in the published agenda at that time.
Correct.
Okay, with that, I do have cards tonight. Scott Crowell and then Ron Morocco, and that's the only cards I have this evening.
Good evening. On the 28th of May of 2026, I'm in District 1. I emailed my district representative regarding long-standing safety issues at Avenue F and Palos Verde at the four-way stop, as well as a related hazard at the Catalina Post Office, also a stop sign where drivers often fail to stop. I CC'd the city clerk, the public works director, the city traffic engineer, and the city manager. The city council met on the 2nd of June and again the 9th of June, and this matter did not appear on either agenda, nor was any acknowledgement or update provided. As of today, I've not received any response from the city. I'm submitting a printed copy of my correspondence to the city clerk for inclusion in the public record, and I'm requesting that the council as a whole direct staff to address the safety issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ron Morocco?
We need a motion to receive and file.
And receive and file.
Motion to receive. We have a motion to receive and
Second.
file and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Mayor and City Council, Ron Morocco. I am the chair of the Public Amenities Commission, and I'm here today on behalf of the Public Amenities Commission. On March 10th, 2026, the council referred to our commission to discuss and come up with a history of the LGBTQ community in Redondo Beach and help inform the cultural arts in the selection of an art piece. In our May PAC meeting, we formed a subcommittee to specifically deal with that. And in June, we had a discussion on a subcommittee proposal. Now, in context, in April of 2022, the council actually passed a resolution 2303-027, which was sent to the Historic Commission, directing the Historic Commission to identify all of the accomplishments and contribution to the city's LGBTQ plus residents, past and present, of which the city can be proud, should celebrate and incorporate that information into the city's Pride celebrations. So in that context, we were having a discussion. And after talking to Dr. Leinen, who was referred to me by two people on this council dais that to discuss the history of the community, we came up with a couple of recommendations. The PAC was presented with one option to find and study and report. But they asked me to come back to you to get further guidance from the council as to the vision, objective, amount of community involvement you want, the scope of the project, and the scope of the measurable deliverables. So I will want to present to you in the brief time I have left 3 options. Each has a cost associated with it. Each has a source of funding that doesn't involve the city, and each has staffing concerns, which I'm glad the city manager came back, community involvement, possible procurement issues, which I didn't even know was an issue, and they're looking for you for guidance. So option 1 is what we call the right to the artwork. Basic history to inform the artist selected as what they could tie into the art and put on a plaque. It's going to be next to the installation. This would require some basic history, which we still have to hire somebody to do. Option 2, which is the one that was recommended by the subcommittee, is an initial stipend of $10,000 that would be raised for the research, writing, and coordination of the story so it's done right and in a meaningful long-term way. It would require a member of understanding and authority to raise funds, and we did contemplate that Professor Leinen would be.
Ron, your time is up. Can you submit that in writing so we can?
Nobody can read my writing, but I can send an email to you all.
Okay, thank you.
3 options.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that was all the written cards. Anyone wish to address the council on items that are not on the agenda for action this evening?
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Georgette Gantner, District 2. I have something to distribute to you.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
I just want to compliment the city and finally the response that has resulted from Resident John Pershlin's many detailed accounts about the violations of trucks coming down Prospect. And there was a blurb in Easy Reader on the 11th of June, which is what I just distributed to you. And in the time they had to employ, 6 highway patrol and 4 highway patrol and 6 Redondo Beach police officers to stand there, and they found 33 citations, 16 truck route. Anyway, a lot of stuff happened. And I mean, that could benefit the city in fines, which is good. But also, Mr. Pershland said that later on, he had on video, this poor guy, he tracked 120 tractor trailers and big box trucks in addition. So in any case, I'm glad that there were people on the job to cite these people, but maybe it seems like it would make sense to have cameras to be able to get from different angles, and then you could prove and then send citations to the trucking companies and so forth, and that might be an effective deterrent. So anyway, suggestion. Okay, I also want to just submit these 2. One is for the mayor and one is for Councilman Castle, because this has to do with District 2.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
This is part 2 of something I brought to you guys 2 weeks ago regarding Wyland's mural in Dallas and his lawsuit. He has now filed it for $25 million. And he claims that if he wins, it's going to conservation efforts. He's not going to keep it. But the important thing is, years ago, I was told that, we were talking about the AES plant and, would it come down and all that. People were saying, oh, he doesn't care. Doesn't care if his murals come down. But in 1981, he decided, and that's not true, he decided he was going to create 100 murals throughout the world, which he has done. It took him 27 years. And this is one of them, as I explained. And it was painted over because they wanted to publicize FIFA, and as opposed to putting banners like they had done before. So everyone's pointing the fingers at everyone else. But in any case, he is filing the lawsuit, He's taking it personally, and he's citing the Visual Artists' Rights Act of 1990, which does protect an artist's work for public work with or without a contract between the artist and the city and or corporation where the work appears. Let's see. One of the comments was people from, I think it was FIFA, said the current
Georgette, I'm
mural.
sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else wish to address the council on any non-agenda items?
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My name is Drew Barry. I'm the General Manager of the Portofino Hotel and Marina. Tonight, I'm here to represent the King Harbor Association. The King Harbor Association is comprised of 15 business members, generates approximately $100 million in annual gross revenue per year. The KHA has strengthened its collective voice over the past year, and we have been focused on addressing long-standing economic challenges along the waterfront. The mission of the KHA is to improve and enhance the waterfront, beautify and actively market the area, serve as a unified voice in shaping the waterfront's future, increase consistent engagement with the City Council, and provide direct feedback from business communities similar to RVA in the Riviera Village. The purpose of our remarks tonight, one is to represent the King Harbor Association, but also notify the Council of the King Harbor Association's formal letter opposing the current Seaside Lagoon plan that has been submitted. The position on our position on the Seaside Lagoon, we 100% support the improvements to the lagoon. However, we strongly oppose the current design and timing of the said proposed plan. Our key concerns regarding this is a once-in-a-generation decision for highly valuable coastal land. Its current proposal feels like a short-term fix rather than a long-term vision. The plan appears to be driven by regulatory pressure and not necessarily an economic growth strategy. It risks limiting tourism, foot traffic, and economic activity, and it could lock in low impact use for decades. Other concerns is regarding timing. The planned timing concerns are surrounded around the start being in 2027. Potentially, this is an opportunity tied to a maybe once in a lifetime opportunity with the LA 28 Olympics. Risks reducing visibility and economic potential during a major global event, and it could negatively affect established events such as our Beach Life Festival, among other fun areas and items that are in Redondo Beach, which already deliver a strong economic impact. My closing message is to urge the council to slow down, reassess, and let's try to get the plan right, and to call for creative, forward-thinking decisions regarding the Seaside Lagoon plan. Thank you.
Mr. Berry, question. Were you aware of our discussion of Seaside Lagoon back when we had it?
Not up to all the details, sir. Mr. O'Buggy.
We just didn't have anybody from the KHA come to speak to us about it at that time when we had the last discussion, but I'm sure we'll try to keep you informed going forward.
I apologize. I can't speak on behalf of the Harbor being here for the association at that meeting, but we will be much more present moving forward. As I said, we are in a much more unified state as of today than we were on that day.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think this is late. We've been talking about this since the amenities plan started, which was long before I was on Harbor Commission back then, and there was subcommittees with members of the association on there. So this has been a long, you talk about we're going too fast. This has been a very slow and deliberative process. We do have some pressure from the government official who funded this to get this started before he's out of office. So we're pressed with that, and we are discussing ways of working around the Olympics. So we hear you, but it's awful late. There's been numerous public meetings on this through the Harbor Commission and through this council. So
thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for your input.
My pleasure. Still felt my need to speak on behalf of my association.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak to address the council on non-agenda items?
Good evening, council. I'm taking this hat off. I'm putting the RVA hat on tonight. My name is Alan Sanford. I'm the current president of the Riviera Village Association. It's my turn to come. We've all made a conscious effort to be more participatory to what you guys said, to get more involved so that people know what's happening. First thing is I wanted to thank you guys for the last meeting. I was a part of building the parklets during COVID. That was a great example of a creative outcome that benefited the city from a community and economic standpoint. So thank you guys for supporting that. We spoke about it at the last meeting and this meeting. Our District 1 councilman has done a great job of representing the RVA interests. And we really look forward to working with you guys to continue that program. The second reason is I'm at the request of the RVA. I'm also here to support our sister association, the KHA, in their opposition to the Seaside Lagoon. With my personal sentiment aside, they have voiced their opinion that they support it from a business standpoint. Councilman Obaji, I was part of the Seaside Committee initial discussions, so we followed it. And I think, and I applaud them for standing up from a business community standpoint. They represent about $100 million of revenue, and I think that and I'm part of that revenue, and I think that their voice should be heard, even if it's late in the game. This is a generational thing, not something to be taken lightly, and surely what he's saying and what the KHA is saying is not shouldn't be taken negatively, should be taken as a proactive stance of your businesses that care. We can all agree that the economic condition down there is not ideal, has not been ideal for a while, at least in our perspective as the businesses that are generating revenue down there. And I would welcome you guys to at least incorporate their opinion moving forward. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on any items not on the agenda tonight?
Mark Hansen, King Harbor boater and proud member of the working group for the King Harbor Amenities Plan. I had not expected to speak to this lagoon item, but I think it's just great that our business leaders are here tonight to speak to you. I want to encourage you to not get too wrapped up in feeling like it's behind, okay? I've been doing this stuff for 26 years, and it has not been uncommon for groups to kind of figure things out and come late to the party, and often they've been very valuable, so let's play that one down. I just want to share with you some personal feelings I had. When I served on the amenities plan, I went to every single pop-up we had, every single community we had, and most of the time I just sat there and listened very careful to anything the community had to say and anything that our staff or our consultant had to say to the public. And I can't remember if I've said this to you before, but when I came away, sadly, I characterized a lot of it as boring, okay? Boring in a couple different ways. We were showing the public big posters of, oh, how much sand do you want and how much grass do you want? Now, that's a reasonable thing, and we all understand, you know, that that's going to be part of the decision making, but that's not very exciting for the public. Also, we'd show them architecture of 3 different buildings. Sure, that's important, got to deal with it someday, but it's not very exciting to the public, okay? The public wants to know what fun things can they do with their family. And I'll tell you, I really felt like we didn't provide them much. Mostly what I'd hear from staff and the consultants was, oh, well, reconfigurable spaces and rentable spaces. All true stuff, all important stuff, but really boring. I tried to go back and reread the many pages of input we got, and I made a little flyer trying to show pictures of fun things we could do, just trying to get some input on what's fun and what's exciting that we could do there. So I have a very empathetic ear to our business folks being in here, because I think they could potentially bring us great ideas. And I hope they know, but you all know, this is only supposed to be phase 1 of this, and we're only doing the stuff we absolutely positively can do right now with, I forget, $11, $13 million. We're planning on phase 2 and phase 3 with all kinds of other cool things. So I think there's plenty of time for us to listen to our business community. So please, lend an ear to our business folks. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't disagree for phase 2 and phase 3. We have time to get inputs, but phase 1, we are moving forward with, so changes at this point our big impacts. So, come on up.
Joan Irvine, District 1. I don't know whether you've been noticing, but all over the internet in the last week or so, there has been discussion of what's going on around the world as far as protecting children online by saying that children under 16 should not have access to any social media. And they're talking about various ways that they can do it, but they're all very difficult ways to do it. I would say, hey, kids under 16 should not be on any social media, but guess what? That ain't gonna be happening. But everybody I've talked to in the last week, I've been talking to people from Europe and from Australia, and we all agree that it still comes down to the fact that parents need to be responsible for what they give their children as far as with phones and with equipment. And in fact, it was interesting because I met somebody who is now in charge of youth safety for a large school system in San Diego. He had been with the FBI, he had been with ICAC, the Internet Council on Child Protection, and we were discussing about child protection, and we were saying that it comes down to the parents, but the real issue for child protection is not about dispensaries. It's about protecting kids online, and that to keep them safe online, because that's where the grooming goes, and the illegal activity is where the grooming goes. So I wanted to just mention that. So you might just be taking a look at what's happening on an international basis. Then I'm going to switch gears. And one of the things is that in the last year, and I've been talking about cannabis, and I've been talking about the benefits of cannabis. And now more and more research is coming out about the benefits for seniors. In fact, I have a book, Aging Well with Cannabis, by a doctor and an instructor at the Harvard Medical School that talks about all the benefits of cannabis for aging well. So I want people just to be considering that when you bring back about cannabis in dispensaries, that it is good for our health, male health, female health, and for seniors. And it's being more and more documented as research is being done. So just wanted to bring that up to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Anyone online?
Yes, Mayor, we've received one e-comment and we have two individuals online. We have Daryl Boyd, followed by Wayne Craig. Daryl?
Okay, go ahead, Daryl.
Daryl Boyd, 33-year taxpaying resident of District 3. The city of Redondo Beach spent $6,400 on a landscape plan for the North Prospect Avenue median. On February 8th, 2025, at a neighborhood meeting for 500 to 600 North Prospect Avenue residents, that plan was presented to us by Public Works and Community Development. The plan included podocarpus hedges, which work great for sound and noise deflection, much needed on the North Prospect Avenue median, and were the right choice for our situation here, the right height and density. We were also supposed to see 30 Australian willow trees planted, and mountain aloe plants were to line the median. We received none of the hedges, trees, or plants that were proposed to us. Jim Light interfered and forced his will of native plants on it. Public records request in a Public Works meeting last year, in which Deputy Public Works Director Mike Klein stated that the mayor wanted native plants, are the evidence that Mayor Light not only interfered in departmental business, but in doing so, he violated the city charter and ruined a great plan for taxpaying residents of 500 to 600 North Prospect Avenue. Jim's native plants were absolutely the wrong product for our situation, which was to provide noise deflection as well as privacy. For whatever reason, Jim was allowed to override the residents of 500 to 600 North Prospect Avenue, Councilmember Koludarovich, the Public Works Department, and force his will and his choice on us. Why was this allowed to happen? We see trees planted at Ensenada Parkette. We see 8 new trees just planted behind Borough Heights Elementary School at Carnelian and Maria. North Redondo residents are complaining that 12 trees planted at 500 block of Ringe are not being properly watered or cared for, and are dying. But the 500 to 600 North Prospect residents, well, we can't even get the 30 trees that were promised to us at our neighborhood meeting and Jim's campaign stop. We have 9 feet gaps at certain points in the median where the porticopsis hedges would have filled those gaps in. We have 34 weakling and dying California myrtles, Jim's plants, not hedges, Jim. They're plants that wave in the wind, have gaps in between, provide no noise deflection. If we're stuck with Jim's plants now, please at least replace the 34 dead and weakling plants and add a second row to fill in those 9 feet gaps. Plant the 33s and plant the aloes. We have weeds and dandelions growing all over the place. We have eroding dirt with exposed irrigation lines. It's an eyesore and it's unfunctional at this point. You wouldn't have this at City Hall, the Wilderness Park, or Dominguez Park, would you? So why not just fix it and we can be done with this phase? Paige, please step up for your constituents and residents. Many who have lived here and
Okay, your
paid
time is up. Thank you.
Next up is Wayne Craig.
Go ahead, Wayne.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Wayne Craig, resident of District 1. I wanted to thank Councilmember Kalajarovich for reminding me of that General Assembly meeting that was by the South Bay City of Government Council of Governments, I guess, back in March. And it was interesting to hear that, you know, City of Torrance, they have a big event going. They've actually secured events with the Taipei Olympic Committee to host a lot of athletes in their city. San Pedro has an amphitheater. I think they're getting ready to, if it's not launched already for the FIFA events, it's going to have basically an outdoor amphitheater run by the people that I guess ran the Greek theater. And other cities, Carson, seem to have all these things going on. And it just reminded me that we last year spent $40,000 on a last minute effort to try to secure some events. And I'm just wondering what's happened in the last year. Have we secured anything? It seems like all of our neighbors are. Yeah, it would be great to get some stuff in the city because I think, you know, we deserve it. We have a great venue and great location to bring a lot of folks from around the world here. It would be nice to see if we have some results of that. I would have, at any rate, perhaps in the future, if the council can agendize it, or if not, in some of your numerous online social media posts, give us an update what's going on, because I think the public is really excited about it, and we'd love to hear about the new options that are coming to the city with this investment that we put out to promote the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
There's no one else online, Mayor.
Okay. Last chance, anyone in the audience? Okay, we'll now go down to item K, ex parte communications. We have 2 public hearings tonight, L1 and L2. And I'll just poll the council on any discussions they have. I'll start on both L1 and L2. I've had discussions with every council member up here, and this is since the last meeting. Every council member up here. I've had some discussions with different department heads and staff. I've had discussions with the city manager and a couple discussions with the public. With the exception of the discussions with the public, which was to receive their input, the discussions with the staff was clarifications and explanations and exploration of alternatives on different parts of the both items, L1 and L2. And then with the council was their positions on different items within those 2 items. We'll start with Council Member Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. On L1, I spoke to the mayor, city manager, some city staff, and members of the public. On L2, it was city manager and the mayor.
Councilmember Castle.
On L1, I spoke with the mayor, city manager, staff, the public, and Councilmember Kolodarovich. And on L2, it would be the same.
Councilmember Kalajarovich.
I spoke with you, Mayor, Councilmember Castle, City Manager, City Attorney, members of the public, and city staff.
Councilmember Obaji.
You, Mayor, Councilmember Barron, members of the public, and city staff.
And Councilmember Barrett.
The same for both L1 and L2. Spoke with you, Mayor, Councilmember Obaji, city staff, and members of the public.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we'll go into the public hearings. We'll start with L1, continued public hearing to consider fiscal year 2026-2027 proposed budget, the 5-year capital improvement plan, and associated budget response reports. With that, I will reopen the public testimony that was continued from the last meeting.
You need a motion to reopen?
We need to open.
Motion.
We need to open the public hearing.
Okay, well, it was never closed, it was continued.
We still need to open it.
Can we get a motion to reopen the public?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all for it?
Aye.
Okay, we're now open.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Witsansky, City Manager, happy to present briefly what is the beginning of our third and final hearing on our operating and capital improvement budgets for the 26-27 fiscal year. I'd like to start with a series of thank yous. Stephanie and Jacob, who are up here from our finance department, and the rest of Stephanie's staff for all of their hard work in helping assemble in particular, the operating budget document that I think is much advanced and improved from our prior year rendition. I'd like to thank our capital team, Andy Wingy, Jesse Reyes, and all the folks in engineering and maintenance and operations for their hard work in putting together our 5-year CIP. Again, I think an iterative process. We are seeing improvements to that document. We'll continue to work on that document going forward. A lot of hard work went into that, and there will continue to be a lot of hard work. And then, of course, our department head team, all of whom are here tonight. We have in total now 50 budget response reports with a few revisions along the way, and 32 decision packages in the document. Those don't get prepared by any one individual. That's a team effort, and I'd like to thank everybody for their hard work and being responsive to the various queries that have come forward along the way, and providing timely information, or at least as timely as we can put it together. So with that, just a brief summary of where we are. As I said, this is our third and final hearing. This is the night where you will ultimately adopt the budget, we hope. Quick recap of the document itself. We began with a little bit under $1.4 million in remaining funds that we had set aside as part of our mid-year action, anticipating the development of the 26-27 fiscal year budget. Our core, or historic, if you will, revenues and transfers in amount to a little over $125 million. Our expenditures and transfers out a little under $128 million. Our decision packages improve our structural budget significantly by just about $2.1 million on an ongoing basis. We have one-time expenditures totaling a little over $400,000. Additionally, we have a very significant flexible hiring freeze recommendation that is the cornerstone of our balancing effort here this fiscal year that'll save about $2.9 million in funds. And then, of course, as we continue to track our year-over-year unfunded accrued liability payment, which for the general fund at least, checks in at a little under $3.5 million this year. When you add all that together, you have a proposed balanced budget, which we are happy to do. And again, to stress, it's balanced without the utilization of reserves, which is what we relied upon last year, hoping to see some growth in our revenues to allow for that offset. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the capital improvement program, big change this year over last is we are anticipating the addition of our Measure FP funds, our $93 million capital investment in our police station, our police annex, and our two primary fire stations. Obviously, a very important project or series of projects. We'll have more to report on that. In fact, we are recommending to you our progressive design building firm, and that item will come to you on July 7th for discussion. So we're excited to get fired up on that in July. As mentioned, 89 total recommended projects in this year's budget, a little under $200 million in total spending. Just a bit of a recap as we covered in detail last week through our Public Works team. We anticipate spending a little under $17 million in the 25-26 fiscal year, completing 28 projects and designing and or procuring another 25. So a pretty incredible year in terms of volume, and we hope to keep that up next fiscal year. I mentioned 50 budget response reports in total. We had one final edition that we caught that we had a referral on in, I think it was maybe March, that we picked back up. It relates to our street landscaping and lighting assessment district and some costs and some I suppose, options for reduction there. That district at least shows the history of the spending and some of the challenges that we face as it relates to those services. And then we have some revisions to our budget response report number 1, which is always part and parcel to our recommended budget adoption, as it allows for effectively corrections and retractions from the document that was first presented in May. So all 50 are available to you. The 50th is in the blue folder material that you received this evening. Last slide, please. You already reopened the hearing. Obviously, discussion and deliberation tonight. You'll take additional public comment. Our strong recommendation is that you adopt, you rally around a motion. I believe there will be 2 this evening that you will be reconciling, and we hope to include, of course, in that BRRs 1 and 1A. And then there are a few follow-up items associated with the proposed budget. We don't typically adopt as part of the action. We trail our police department fees, particularly those that are set by ordinance, as a next step. We are teed up and ready to bring to you the parking rate ordinance for first reading and introduction on July 7th. If there are any additional police fees that are part of the final budget motion this evening, we will bring those for final action on the 7th as well. Citations and the like, those are items that we will include in that agenda packet that evening. Everything else, as it is fee related, will be part of the next public hearing, as you discussed, Mayor. Those recommendations are ready and are consistent with what was in the proposed budget. So with that, we're here to answer any questions. We have the department team here at many levels, and we're happy to respond to any of your queries.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Castle and I worked on a budget together, and this is the first time I'm doing this, so can you light up 1B, please? There, yay. Okay, so echoing kind of what you just said, City Manager Wazansky, we are approaching this budget understanding that last year we did take out 3.5 million from our reserves, and we are currently in a hiring freeze that's allowing us to balance our budget to the tune of 2.9 million. Also, revenue's not as strong as expected. We have upcoming financial commitments on the horizon, labor negotiations with 4 employee groups. We recently asked our residents to pass a bond for $93 million, but we have other facilities that need upgrades, specifically public works facilities that were not part of that. And I don't intend to ask the residents for any more money. So this is something that we need to start investing in. This is where we need to start, pocketing some money so that we can meet those needs, because they're no less dire than the ones our police and fire stations are facing. And these are just, this was kind of our cover letter as to how we came to this, this budget. And then, so for that reason, we do not view any remaining funds in our account as extra money, but rather putting back repaying what we've already taken out, and continuing to forecast for upcoming expenses that we will have. So with that being said, this is our prepared 2026-27 annual budget, and feel free to jump in. Sure. We'll work on this together. Similar to what you had proposed, the beginning of this is the same. We've added that all remaining general fund balance will be added to the general reserves to begin to repay the $3.5 million that was pulled from reserves last year. Going down, you'll see much of what you all had on your proposed budget here. The 2 MSOs for RBPD, and also expecting only half a year revenue from that. This is the same street sweeping citation increase that you had proposed. Also the towing fee that Councilman Obaji and Barrett had proposed. We are proposing to increase the annual parking meter pass to $225 it makes sense, since we are raising the rates of our parking meters, that we would raise the rates of the parking meter pass as well. And this also is going to forecast that we will have fewer people who are buying them. In the BRR, it had 1,700. Conservatively, we put 1,500 in here. The BRR 48, do you want to speak to that?
Sure. This is for the leases, especially down in the waterfront where the city is a landlord and many of our tenants, our commercial tenants, pay rent as a percentage of their revenue. And currently in our existing audit with the agreement, we have funds to fund one audit per year, but we have probably hundreds of tenants down in the waterfront. So this will allow us to audit more of our tenants just to make sure that we're receiving the rent that is actually owed on their revenues and make sure that all of the calculations are correct. And it's based on a cost recovery. So from a budgeting standpoint, we wouldn't pay out revenue and the firms would only receive a percentage of what we actually recover, any additional funds that they find in their audits. So it should be net positive.
Right. We have line items here just referencing decision package 3, which is the special event street usage fee. Here we've indicated that in BRR 8, and adding on to that is BRR 40, describing signature event subsidies. Or did I get that right? Or is BRR 40 associated with number BRR 3?
BR 8 supports the rationale for DP3. So 8 is
40,
the subsidy.
okay.
8 is the subsidy. Yeah.
Then, sorry. Okay. All right. What was presented in BRR 50, the last one, indicates that in previous budgets, there were decision packages that added on usually a 6-figure amount to our tree trimming contracts. This year, you rejected that to the tune of $240,000. So
241, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I can
You
update
meaning
that.
the city manager?
I did not include that in my proposal. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. You meaning the city manager. And I think this is important that, we're recognizing that we're tightening our belt and that the general fund is subsidizing our street lighting and landscape district to over, I think it's $1.2 million annually, which is unique because we don't do this with other things like our street repair. What do I have here? The street, residential street rehab or the street reconstruction. We stick to what is given to us from Measure W, is it Measure M?
MR. Local, gas
Whatever it
tax,
is that we get funded for, that's what we are fixing our streets. But we don't do that with tree trimming and our street lighting. And I think we need to have a discussion, and that's part of our motion further down. But this is a start to trimming that back, and I do appreciate that. I realize that we can't just rip the Band-Aid off and this will have to be rolled back, but I think it's something worth addressing.
So sorry, can you clarify, what are you doing at line 31?
31 was just part of the proposed budget. So what normally we have a decision package to fund additional tree trimming services. City Manager Wazansky this year denied that. So I'm just representing that we are cutting what we would normally fund or what we have in the past, our tree trimming services.
So this is recognition, this isn't adjusting the proposed
Not
budget.
adjusting, and that's why you don't see the blue column in our budget is
okay.
for the general fund.
So we're going to trim $240,000 less of trees this year.
Well, we are, yes, in a respect, yes. It may not be $240,000 less than what we trimmed last year. It's $240,000 less than what we anticipated needing for this particular scheduled grid. So we're going to have to figure out exactly how we deploy that in our contract structure. But to the point,
We've done it before, too.
We've done it before, and what I think is worth emphasizing is that the budget as proposed currently is arguably underfunded as it pertains to tree trimming services. And I think that's the important point here.
Yeah. We're also
It's funded to what we collect for that purpose.
No, it's funded to what we can afford this year based on our current level of resources. So rather than supplement the budget.
For tree trimming.
So we pay for tree trimming in our district, street lighting and landscape district is part of a tax on our properties.
Right.
Yes, but
In
it
addition
doesn't
to that,
cover
we pay.
what we
No,
spend.
that's what I'm
so
saying. We're funding what we get from the taxes collected.
Well, let me step back a little further.
Understand.
Our overall, the Street Landscape and Lighting Assessment District funds in part our overall citywide tree trimming contract. It's responsible for, I want to say, $120,000 of the annualized expense. The total cost of our full grid trimming is much higher than that.
I understand that.
So we have historically paid for that through regular public works and park services operations. Typically, to the point, we have even further supplemented that budget in order to meet all of our contractual desires. This year, we are funding it less than we have in the past, and we will be trimming fewer trees in the 26-27 fiscal
So
year.
how did you derive what we are putting into tree trimming?
What we basically left what's in our core budget for both the lighting assessment district as well as our public works operations. We didn't provide a supplemental appropriation as part of this year's budget. So we're having to
So
live.
there is more than what we're drawing in tax.
Yes.
Absolutely there is. Yeah, the district only covers typically about a third or a quarter of the overall annual expense.
So that's taken away from other park maintenance stuff we could be doing?
Yeah, the tree trimming contract is part of our overall street operations and park operations.
So does that include trimming of trees in the parks? when you
Yes,
do it?
it does.
If a tree's about to fall over, that includes?
Well, our contract is preventative typically. You know, emergency callouts is a component of that. Sometimes our own staff have to address emergencies. It depends, but all tree
Okay, I
trimming
got it.
is part of operations, yeah.
I have a request for discussion on this, so we can get into it later, hopefully. Removal of the remaining 1 week of holiday-free parking, and I know this sounds grinchy, but I mean, essentially, we're saying, are we borrowing money from our reserves to have free parking in the Riviera, at the pier? And I'm just not comfortable doing that.
Clarification on that. Last year's BRR that talked about parking, that number there is approximately 1 month's worth of free parking.
Okay.
At 96,000. The 1 week estimate, I think, is going to be far less than that.
Maybe we can.
Quarter it, 25?
Something like that.
Why don't we have PD come up and provide that specific number if it is different.
Okay.
Chief Spring will provide what's the 1 week value, do we know, Steve?
The 1 week value is about 25,000.
Okay. We made you get out of your seat for that.
That's okay.
It has to be on the public record.
Thank you, Chief.
Keeps them close by.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we adjusted that.
And if you don't mind a comment as well,
please.
since you're here. It was talked about today in the RVA bid meeting, and the RVA does feel very strongly that 1 week isn't enough and that it should be more than that. There was a new member of the, not a member of the board, but a business, the Gumtree, who has both Hermosa, Manhattan, and now Redondo. And she was saying that the free parking is a huge advantage for both Hermosa and Manhattan over Redondo. So just her coming in, knowing that there isn't the free parking in Redondo, she thought that would be a disadvantage for Redondo.
Yes, I would. I mean, you can speak to this. Just my position is that I'm not comfortable funding it if we're borrowing money to do so. So I completely understand, and I would love to. I look forward to the moment that we are reinstating the free parking, even for a month.
And I'd just like to add a couple of things. One, we were talking about a couple of weeks ago, the dining deck program and just the overall utilization rate of parking in Riviera Village. And, I think traditionally free parking was given during the holidays in part as an incentive, like the Gumtree to incentivize shoppers to come and shop during those weeks and sort of a sign of goodwill. The issue now is that even if we didn't have free parking, we would be still full. And so from the city standpoint, we're giving away free parking, but it's not going to get more customers down there. And then separately, I know the representatives of the King Harbor Association have left, but traditionally there was free parking at the waterfront as well, and right now there's none at the waterfront. And they would love to have free parking at the waterfront to get more tenants down there, but we just don't have the budget to open it up across the city for a month like we did historically. So, I think again, borrowing from last year, borrowing from our employees' retirement account to give free parking just doesn't sound like a reasonable trade.
Moving on, the CIP about the Riviera bid, or the Riviera decorative string lighting replacement. Here, in the proposal, it was coming out of the Major Facilities Repair Fund. I think we should be asking the bid to fund this type of improvement. It kind of aligns with the planters and the plants that they put around here. This is decorative lighting. And to the needs that we were speaking to earlier, our Major Facilities Repair Fund is not something that we should be depleting.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
I've noticed that some of the bulbs down the Riviera are out. Do you know, Councilmember Waller, are they out because, or Mr. Klein or anybody, are they out because the bulbs need to be changed, or do the lights need to the strings actually need to be replaced altogether?
I think Mr. Klein can probably answer
Yeah,
that pretty well. He spoke to
We'll
that this
have
morning
Mike
as
come
well.
forward. My understanding is that the string lights are due for replacement at this point. They're reaching the end of their useful life.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. The string lights are coming to the end of their life. We replaced them going on about 5 to 6 years ago. The added portion of this is that some of the cables are starting to weaken the strong backs on them. So we're getting to the life of the end of the life of the string lights. We're trying to keep them together. Some of them are sagging, and sometimes we string them back up, but when the lights are starting to go and they pull apart because of the wind, that's the reason why.
Copy, thank you.
And I think important to note the cable infrastructure is also part of the $90,000. It's not just the lights.
I will attest, I've been down in the village and found bulbs, that had broken off the strand on the ground. So it is old.
No question that it's probably due, but I think this is what the bid is kind of positioned to do. And if we're pulling it from that fund, we have other areas, maybe Artesia would like decorative lights, right? Like this is
But
kind
it's
of.
not the year to put in new lights on Artesia Boulevard.
No question,
Yes.
no question. I'm just saying
But
that.
I wouldn't pull it away from an area that is successful.
Absolutely, I think they're positioned to
And if I may comment on
better.
this one
Yeah,
as well. String lights were, since Mr. Klein was at our meeting this morning, string lights were discussed. The owner of the Gumtree also did talk about the string lights and saying that that is a major advantage. That's something that the Hermosa and Manhattan business, she's a member of those business districts, that they definitely are jealous of that. $90,000, there's no way the bid could ever fund that. It's just, that means lights are going away if you're going to do that. And I think that would be a big mistake.
Okay. Well, I think there's some wiggle room in there, but I would say that, as we deplete the Major Facilities Repair Fund, we also move further away from any repairs at the RV PAC, which is massively in deficit of investment. So everything comes at a cost, and it speaks to our priorities. All right, so I had added in here the North Redondo Beach Annexation Centennial Celebration. One of our amazing librarians informed me that next year, September 2027, will be the centennial celebration of the annexation of the massive, or the majority of the tract that came into Redondo, and I think we should take this opportunity to celebrate it. And I would love to collaborate with the NRBVA on that, or Dine on Artesia. There's a lot of opportunities there, but I don't think we should miss this celebration. And I realize that it's not possible to fund that this year, but I wanted to announce that and maybe cue it for a potential discussion next year. For BRR 42, this is talking about the farmer's market. Again, this is in a trial phase currently. I think there's potential there, but I just don't, we're not spending general funds. This is the theme of our budget here. So I hope that it's successful, and I hope that we can have that discussion in years out. Same as your proposed budget before, accepting BRR 44. And if there's any potential funding in the CIP for school safety and accessibility program from the CIP, page 108, that's just another option that we should explore. Parking study update for Aviation Boulevard. Are there other grants that we can explore to make this happen? I would like to see it, but I don't want to pull any general funds for it. Increase the power washing on the Esplanade. It would be nice, but I don't think it can be a general fund expense at this time. RB PAC panel, similarly. I think that's a possibility for a general fund, or excuse me, the maintenance major facilities repair fund. But I think there's a greater understanding of the needs for that entire facility that we should probably be discussing. Anything you want to add?
On BRR 19, that's the landscaping on the corner of South Juanita and Camino Real there at the corner over the tennis courts. And that's something that I had asked for a BRR on. It's a dry patch of dirt that's been that way for many years, and the neighbors don't like it and wanted something done. The BRR came back, and to add the landscaping plus the ability to water the landscaping, it would cost $12,000. And I think for a 200 square foot patch of dirt just in this budget environment, this isn't the time to do that. So we decided to strike that one out of the budget.
Right. I mean, the themes for also the other two, BRR 29 and 35, just general funds at this time are just not available. And to BRR 41, I know the mayor's been working on this, but we would approve it with a no increased cost by amending Wilderness Park operating hours to staff 2 park attendants during peak hours. So however that can be done, I think there's some discussions going on, and appreciate you engaging.
Reducing hours and days versus taking money out of the general fund.
And one of the things that came out at my community meeting at Wilderness Park over the weekend was, again, protecting the significant investments that have been made in Wilderness Park. We had the ribbon cutting a couple of months ago for the lower pond, and it's the way it's shaped, you can't have someone at the entrance and also at the lower pond to make sure people aren't, we heard stories about people getting in the water, throwing things in the water. On the small creek from the top to the bottom, they're damming up the flow of water. So there's all sorts of things that are going that we need to do to protect it. So, we need at least 2 people there to, protect our investment that we made in Wilderness Park.
The next section addresses our subdivision park trust funds, otherwise known as Quimby. We just made a note here that there is a $3 million investment from this account to Seaside Lagoon. And the requests for the North Redondo Beach bike path are also in here. We noted that the Quimby funds for pickleball, there was $500,000 proposed in the CIP budget for that facility already. So we struck that part of it, but you'll note that we added it back to fund the fencing at Perry Park entirely, so that's something that we can get done this year. I think the pickleball facility is going to take a bit. I mean, it's a longer discussion. There's several stages, and I don't think that we'll be spending all of that money this year, but this is a project that we could get done. And the wheelchair lift at the teen center included in this. Wilderness Park, the all-terrain wheelchair, the discussion was to use the current CIP money that's already dedicated there. Similarly, Dominguez Park fence removal, use the existing funds in those accounts. And then I have in here the remaining Quimby funds. We were under budget at the All Abilities Play structure at Franklin Park by $180,000. That's returning back to the subdivision park trust. Did I get that right? Subdivision trust funds. So that will replenish that account, funding for benches and the necessary pads and the coordination that's necessary. And there's a cost associated with the LEA. That's all in there. The replacement equipment for that is needed throughout the year for regional parks is in there. Replacing the fencing at Alta Vista along Juanita is in here. And then here, with the remaining funds that are left in the Quimby account, to add this back to the pickleball facility at Aviation Park. So that's $66,137 going back to pickleball. So really, it was a net loss of
34,000.
Yeah. And then for the John Parsons Art Fund, I had some difficulty with this. We had talked about it as we talk about these projects. Putting a number on it, I think is a good boundary, but I think the discussion is then, are we limiting it to that amount, or is that just a suggested amount? Or do we ask the Art Commission to come up with some ideas, and then we further budget that? And why I had issue with coming up with a number, the project that I had added here, the Lilienthal Median Art Project, that space is a very long stretch of road. It's actually 2 blocks. I couldn't possibly think of a number that would be, whether it's sculptures or mosaic tiles or paintings. I'm not an artist, and so while I would like to add this to the queue for the Art Commission, I think putting a number is probably not my best strength at this point. But I do want to note something that you had said, Councilman Obaji. I think we were talking about the art. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Where is Ron Morocco still here? No. He has some options for something that was referred to the Public Amenities Commission. But I think as we send projects, specifically art, to the commission, whoever that referring council member, or if it's to send in writing or give some direction to the commission so that they have an understanding of what the expectation or the boundaries that we're placing on that project, and then receiving their input from that. Lastly, this money that is in the general fund of $600,000 or so would be the general reserve repayment.
That's updated with the change you made to the revenue from the parking.
Yeah. So, and then we have some agendized discussions that we would like to have. One of them regarding the development of an annual process to evaluate the city's crossing guard program, including existing locations, new requests, and the process to select the locations in response to the changing community needs. So, we've engaged in this, but we need to take the next step and figure out how we're going to be moving forward. Next, CIP shelter expansion. Some of these are already in the queue. We just wanted to list them out here so that we're clear about things that are important to discuss. Vehicle replacement schedule, discussion about possible changes to the special event business licensing municipal code and process. And if this isn't clear at any point, just...
No, we follow.
Public Amenities Commission to conduct a public discussion about the vision and scope of the pickleball facility, including public-private partnerships, consideration for neighboring property owners, Northrop Grumman, any issues that they may have with this, and then, obviously forwarding those recommendations onto the council so we can discuss that as well.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
Maybe this more for City Manager Wozzanski, but in the context of the pickleball facility at Aviation Park, could we build it and then license naming rights, for 5 years to a corporation so that they pay the city or the subdivision trust fund just to put their name on it?
Sure, yeah, if we found
Is a public agency allowed to do something like that?
Yeah, you can license
So it's
publicly owned assets.
We might not have a public-private partnership at this point, but maybe later it could become the Impulse Aviation Pickleball Courts.
Yeah, I mean, there was a period of time when we were trying to market the Performing Arts Center for naming rights, and we didn't get very far, but we tried for a couple of years. But yeah, that possibility exists.
Okay.
Okay. Another discussion about potential facility use policies, including fee waivers, subsidies, practices for recreation programs, youth activities, community organizations, and public uses. So this is about BRR 34. It's really to evaluate our operating costs, and we subsidize a lot of youth activities, and I think it's amazing. I would love for the public to recognize this, but also if some of the activities, let's say club organizations are using, let's say, some of these fields, whether it's softball, baseball, basketball, but they're a club that's collecting fees, I think we should be part of that. So that is kind of the goal of that discussion about what we're doing with these spaces, and is it the intended use that we're comfortable with.
And just to that end, talking about our facilities as well, one of the issues that came up at Wilderness Park this weekend where there were several camps, schools, and private users who charge for their activities using the parks, not taking care of it, but not also playing according to the rules in terms of getting permits from the city and that sort of thing. So I think just evaluating who uses it, what we subsidize, and who gets to use it for what price is something that we need to come to an agreement on.
Yeah.
When you talk about club, are you talking about that kind of club at Wilderness Park, or is AYSO considered a club, or is it travel soccer is a club, or are you,
I think that's
differentiating
the discussion of where we're comfortable. Because I think there is a role for the city to subsidize amateur sports, youth sports, but when you get into club, it's my personal opinion that, that's a for-profit
I just
business.
wanted to know what you meant by club.
Yeah, but again, that's the discussion.
Yeah, we have examples of this in our fee structures currently, but they haven't been revisited in a long time. And it's not unlike the conversation we've had recently here with the street closure kind of special event use fee. You start to think through tiers, right? Are the club sports charge more than AYSO does, as an example, or Redondo Beach Youth Basketball might charge less than a competitive, active basketball club that's touring, the state or the nation. So, how you apply those fees is well within your authority, and we can come back with basically kind of a revenue facility use policy that talks about subsidy. It's not an uncommon exercise for a recreation program.
Yeah, and I think it's good for us to understand, but also the general public to know that we're offering these spaces. I mean, should the decision be that we continue to offer these spaces for, amateur youth sports, that's what we do.
Yep.
And we should get credit for it.
If nothing else,
Just maybe
if nothing else, be
you.
recognized
Just
for
what
we do, right?
Yeah. And then I would like to have a discussion about the expectations of how we will, at this point, it seems like we've learned the value of our waterfront, and we are getting better at using that space for large-scale events. And we should probably have a discussion about the benefits of a vapor wake team in the police department that we did lose recently. And then I know this is in the queue, so this was, I guess, redundant, but a discussion about renaming facilities, a policy discussion on that.
I would, if I can hijack that a second.
Yeah, please.
I would like to recommend that we make a more urgent exception to talk about what we name the new park at Redondo before we have the grand opening at the next council session. I think there's a pretty clear name we should apply to that. I think you probably all know what I think.
There was a subcommittee referral that you might all recall to try to create a mayor and council subcommittee to develop a policy.
Yeah, I just want to jumpstart it for that one part.
Right.
I think that's very clear. I think no matter what policy we come up with.
I did promise a policy. I have circulated a policy. It's sitting with the city manager. I think Councilmember Barron's gotten to look at it, and nobody's provided any feedback on it.
Right, we have not.
I've done my homework. Is all I gotta
Yes,
say.
I can attest to the fact that Councilmember Baji did his part. The ball is in staff's court, and if there's a desire to try to test the policy a touch or help develop it on the Redondo Street exercise, we can. We also owe the council a discussion for the Perry Park Teen Center and the Eaton Parquette as well. And I do know that the Community Services Department was working on a policy. Hopefully we can reconcile the draft that we received from Councilman Obaji and try to get that stuff.
With respect to Redondo, we're about to do a grand ribbon
Yeah,
cutting.
that one's coming up pretty
and then come up
quickly.
with a name afterwards, I think.
We may have to do that one, much like we did our last renaming, which was Gateway Parquette, where originally it was sort of known colloquially as Redondo Parquette, and then eventually the council by resolution named it Gateway Parquette. We did that through providing a staff report with a few options. The council rallied around Gateway. So we can have that discussion. We can do it on an abridged fashion, or we can talk more long-term policy, what sort of terms. It depends on what the council would like to do.
Well, I'd like to see it expedited, if you guys don't mind adding it to your motion.
Just that one park?
Just that one?
Right.
Yeah, the long-term discussion on policy, but for that park, you know.
And we can do both. We can provide draft options of the policy. And then we can specifically have the council give direction on Redondo if that's the will of the group.
I do want to review Councilmember Abaji's pros that he submitted to you, so if we so we'll do both.
There's a golden ticket in there.
Okay.
To Willy Wonka?
Yeah.
To name something in the city.
And then we just made some notes or requests for future budget preparations as we go through this, because it's a good time to note it and maybe come back to it for next year. Like the ongoing monitoring needed for Dominguez Park going forward, the centennial anniversary for the annexation of North Redondo, and then a request to include a replacement schedule for all equipment. So whether that's PPE, IT equipment, so that when we get a decision package, we understand what's been purchased in the past. You know, are we, you know, is it at a spike? Just understanding what we've done in the past and what our expectations will be or obligations will be in the future is just helpful from my perspective. And then continue to expand the information for the CIP to include the multi-year scheduling. I know we talked about this, just making a note here. Include a decision package to increase the square foot fee for dining decks in city-owned parking spaces. The fee has remained the same since 2022. So that's a request. Obviously, it doesn't have to be included, but that's part of our motion. And then also forecasting a need for the next RENA cycle and the budget associated with that.
And I just have one quick question for Councilmember Waller. With the dining decks, I believe I heard that the RVA had a discussion about the dining deck program and the fees that, I know that they cover repairs and maintenance and collection. So, I mean, we would be, should talk to them and find out, I guess, what their results were and sort of how we can work together on those.
Yeah, there's the intention of having discussions with the city on the program. That'd be a fine time for them to, or for some, for the city to bring up changes of fees. But right now, the RVA remits fees for all the square footage of the dining deck whether they are paid or not for by a restaurant. If that restaurant doesn't pay, there's nothing the RVA can do. So there are discussions as to how can the city help with that, whether the city collect the money, whether the RVA collect the money, and the city has some teeth that helps enforce things. So all that is up for discussion, and obviously if the rate hasn't changed since it started, I think that's a valid thing to talk about, is what that number could be.
Okay, yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense to help, especially with the collections, if people aren't paying and what we can do to help them. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Okay, well, that is our proposed budget. I'm happy to answer any questions. Yes.
Let me jump in first. I have a couple of requests. First, since we didn't get all the master fee schedules this week, I would like to put in here, since we have other BRRs related to the master fee schedule, a minimum of $2 per foot per day added for private vessels docking at the Harbor Patrol docks. We've had that happen recently, and the person paid nothing, and there was no incentive to get them out of the
At the Harbor Patrol?
At the Harbor Patrol dock.
Should that just be?
I talked that with the chief.
Here we have that.
Before I put that up.
Okay.
And then second, we already talked about the naming of the park along Redondo. Second, I would like to do BRR 26 with direction to go Wilderness Park, designate Wilderness Park as a local historic landmark at no cost from the general fund.
As a local historic landmark?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and I talked with Director Weiner on that, and the overhead burden with administering that is much lower than state or federal.
And
So
we can add that into the funds available at Wilderness.
no, I'm
Oh,
saying
just
zero
saying
cost.
Designating it local.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, just locally here, not any state applications.
That was BRR 26.
Okay, I will add that below in our copy section. But for this, what was the fee that you wanted? The boat?
$2 per day.
$2
Minimum.
per foot per day
Minimum.
for a private vessel docking at the Harbor Patrol docks.
And just a quick question, is that similar to other charges or?
So where I got that from was I called up Cameron from Port Royal, and I said minimum. That's what they charge per day for a transient coming in and borrowing a dock for a day.
For a day, okay.
And maybe we should charge more to
Yeah.
disincentivize them from using a public.
And what I would suggest is that, I think that's the important phrase there, as the mayor said, is minimum. We would come back probably with a recommendation and some options when we bring it back as part of the fee schedule follow-up.
Okay.
And that was discussed with the fire chief, and he was supportive of it too. In fact, it was his idea. So.
Okay, and I mean, we'll discuss, but was part of the problem that someone stayed too long?
They actually had their whole boat repair done on our dock.
Yeah, they were in distress. They used the dock because it was open.
Okay.
Obviously, when, we're going to be safety first, and if we don't have a structure in place to charge, it's hard for us to ask for restitution, so.
Okay.
The guy was very nice, but we had no means to collect from him.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, go, if you have a quick one, because Councilmember Barrett's hand is up.
Yes, just a question on this motion. If we go up to the Alta Vista Park fence funding, yeah, I don't know if this is a question for Councilmember Waller, Castle, or Kalijerovich, but how did you choose that portion of the fence at Alta Vista? Is it in dire?
It is in dire. Yeah, it's in bad shape. I actually have pictures of it. If you want, I can throw them up. But the fence is, the crossbars on it are literally broken and hanging. There's a number of places where the fence is ripped.
What's the amount of money that you allocated for that?
40,
I think it's 42,000.
This 45,000?
Yeah, 45.
It's a very long stretch. That's where kids walk to school. That's where families go down
45.
to AYSO and softball.
If you remember the pickleball court there at Alta Vista, this is that fence above it that runs the full length, so it's almost a block long.
What line is it here?
What
Facing
line is-
fence Alta Vista long, okay.
The Alta Vista fence. What line
Yeah,
is it?
it's right here. 85.
And did you, Councilmember Kalijerovich, did you not fund your
Oh, there we go.
Heritage Court benches.
I did.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
Okay,
Well,
wow, yeah, that is in dire need.
Granted, that's the worst part of it, but there's other places where it is
similar.
bent and
What amount
detached.
did you fund that in?
38,000.
First time that's worked.
I think that item's in a BRR, if I remember correctly.
It was BRR 22.
The Alta Vista was BR 22?
No,
Yeah.
Heritage Court.
Oh, right, yeah.
BR 35 for Alta Vista, let's see,
The fencing item, it's
30, BRR 30.
BR 30
There are
for the
three
fencing.
line items there on BRR 30.
Okay, no further questions, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to Councilmember Castle, Councilmember Kaladarovich for putting this up and going through it. I think that was helpful to see in here.
And the clarity, thank you for the clarity and the nice format, appreciate that.
As has been said from day one, this year is a challenging year from a budget standpoint, and there's no question about that. We've all acknowledged that. There are a few things, though, that our residents and the public at large expect that we do in any budget year. Public safety, taking care of our regional parks, our open space. We don't have a lot of that. Beautification and not letting things fall into disrepair, and a number of other things that are essential for residents living in this city and are reasons why folks come here to work, recreate, and call it home. And I'm going to allow Councilmember Baji in a moment to go through some of those items, and you'll see them in the budget, and we'll talk about that. A few things that jumped out viewing the items that were put up a moment ago. Riviera Village, and I'll just go in the order they appeared. I mean, Riviera Village is a flagship commercial district of the city. We know that. We brought in a outside consultant, an economic expert, and they said, Riviera Village, beautiful. So I'm not comfortable kind of sacrificing that gem that we have there, and our residents don't want that to happen. And it's really a model. I mean, that's kind of what we want to see all over the city, and in particular, North, Central, South Redondo. So when we talk about, for example, taking away that 1 week of RVA holiday parking, I mean, we've chiseled away at that year over year, and unfair is not the right word. I think Councilmember Waller mentioned that's important to the folks working in that district who have businesses that they've put into this district. Not Manhattan Beach, they came here. And so I think it'd be imprudent to sacrifice that and to remove that 1 week of free holiday parking that we've included there. I think it's important for the reasons we heard about. RVA decorative string light replacement. Is the bid successful? Yes, but they do so much already in the village with all of the beautification and reinvestment and the time that they spend in keeping that place really the heartbeat of the city from a commercial and cultural place. And it seems kind of unfair to say, at least in this particular instance, 90,000, just eat it bid RVA. So I wouldn't want to take that out because I do think it's important, and we've heard from others about this, to keep that decorative string light. It's reached the end of light. Let's not try to drop it on the bid who may not be able to afford it, and now we have a decrepit RVA and everything goes, hopefully not, downhill from there. So I think that should stay in. Power washing on the Esplanade. I mean, we've heard it and the mayor's spoken to it. It gets a lot of use. Does it save a few bucks to not do it? Yes. But it'd be pretty imprudent to have our Esplanade where people are clamoring to walk it, to rent it, to use it.
The only place where you can walk a dog.
Yeah, it really is the only place you could walk a dog. It's a place that our residents have strived to keep beautiful. We try to keep the Esplanade beautiful. And so that's another item I think kind of went a little too far, and I appreciate the sentiment, which is, try to zero everything out. That one, I think it'd be a good idea to keep in. Landscaping, South Juanita and Camino Real, I'm not going to second guess District 2 if they don't want, so we could remove that. RB PAC panel, $1,300 expenditure. Anything we do at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center, that's just a world-renowned venue. People literally come from all over the world. We have presidents, heads of state visiting. We do events there. It's probably a good idea to try to keep that visually appealing in addition to the work we're doing. So it makes sense to keep that in. Aviation Park pickleball. I mean, if there's one project this year for sure that is incredibly important and that our staff is just so geared up and ready to move on, that's a double priority project of 2 council members. It's a complete city council priority on the strategic plan is aviation pickleball. And I know staff is in high gear working to do everything they can to get shovels in the ground and get that moving, fingers crossed, within the next 12 months. We're looking at that, and it's part of the action plan. So I'm in residents and everyone we've heard from are not in favor of removing that additional $100,000 for that aviation pickleball court. If for some reason it's not used, so be it, but to pull it out would just send the entire, I'm sorry, can I?
It's only, yeah.
No, well, I'll get to the end and we'll come back to you. So, any amount of that to start cutting around the edges, wrong message. And like all the other recreational spaces in our city and parks, I mean, if there's one thing this council's rallied around, it's supporting the parks and open space. I mean, Franklin Park comes to mind, Dominguez Park, Redondo Park, Wilderness Park, Alta Vista, pickleball. I mean, that's an area where this council has and should continue to keep common ground. Alta Vista fence, thanks for bringing that up. Let's take care of that if we can, if it fits in appropriately. This mayor doesn't ask for much, and although I agree with the mayor on a lot, the mosaic art tile mural for the shore wall, we have to keep in that 50,000. If we take it out and kind of it's a wait and see, and then we're pulling and biting and tugging to try to get it later, putting the 50,000 in there sends the right message right off the bat that we're going to do this, we're going to get it moving, and it's going to be beautiful. And it's part of that beautification, regardless of the funding source, that we're committed to and really need to get done. And we also know about John Van Hammersveld, right? The Endless Summer, another contact of the mayor, and I'd like to explore that further, getting him involved in our artwork. At the end of the list we saw from the prior item, there was a long list of referrals to staff. I mean, it was dozens, it was a lot, and some of it may be a good idea, but the issue of attempting to get into that tonight or make it part of a budget motion is it introduces a whole number of new policy discussions that aren't on the strategic plan, that we're very careful about with staff and resources, and they're not in the queue. And that's really for a later time, not tonight. And that should be handled in due course. And so that was a little startling and something that I think may not be well intended, but not maybe a little misplaced. I would say with one exception, and I mention this because it's time sensitive. and that's Redondo Park. We should get the naming done on that one way or the other. And although there is a subcommittee that's working on, with the mayor, on naming for parks and the procedures we follow, that one's time sensitive and we should get that out. And I think we could do that through a regular referral in any event, if I understand that correctly. The $2 per foot boat fee item and a number of other items in here. I don't, want to get into all of that. I want to turn it over to Councilmember Obaji in a moment. He'll go through the details of what's included in what will be presented as a revised budget, which takes into consideration additional discussions with staff, with the mayor, with members of the public, and others. And again, hearing from council members tonight and in previous evenings, we've really tried to capture that as a kind of a whole of city budget that we think strikes the right balance. So that's all I have for now. Maybe we could turn it over to Councilmember Obaji to go through that.
And stand up next.
Yeah, unless you had a question on anything, Mayor, why don't we go ahead and do that? Thank you.
Can you light up 2B?
Well, no, maybe not yet, not quite yet. One second, please. I had a couple questions, actually. The Youth Commission said to us, ensure the city balances private use of public property, i.e. use of Seaside Lagoon for Beachlight Festival. Does anybody have any more information as to what they meant by that?
Yeah, I was at that meeting that came up while I was queuing and A-ing with the group. I think they were thoughtful questions. I think what they were speaking to is sort of the concern over privatization of public space, whether it be parks or the lagoon or others that they were asking about how do we evaluate that? How do we seek sort of private use for a fee as compared to, making it open to the public for free? They had talked about beaches and other areas. And the answer that I gave was, we have to, provide revenue for maintenance and operations so we can sustain and operate these facilities long term, but that we try to provide occasional private use to generate revenues, and then the balance is to try to provide low-cost offerings or no-cost offerings along the course of the year. So it was more about the concern over privatization or over-privatization, for simply chasing revenue as really just sort of a policy question.
Great, thanks. And then I want to note for the Cultural Arts Commission that you asked for the money to be returned to the John Parsons Art Fund, where it was left over from 2 murals, and the BRR indicated that it has been returned. And I agree with everything that Councilmember Barrett just said. And just philosophically, it's tough because this is the first time I see some significant disagreement on the council, but I greatly respect the perspective that you're bringing and the kind of stringent discipline that you're trying to instill in the budget process. I don't think that what our approach is reckless or irresponsible with the city's money. In fact, as I look at the letters to the editors in the paper this last week or so, citing the difficulties that other cities are having, I'm feeling like Redondo, while we're also going through a struggle, is poised to come out strong and potentially even stronger than our neighboring cities. And what I hope to do in our budget motion is to make us able to come out stronger when the dust clears and wars are ending and inflation tames and the like, that Redondo can bounce back and tourism's back. Redondo can bounce back stronger than any others. So with that, did you fund, by the way, the monument signs? You did not.
Out of the general fund, no.
So, and I guess last note before I jump into the motion is back in the pandemic, when the pandemic hit, everybody's like, oh, hold on, hold your dollars, don't spend. And I was a firm owner at that time. And instead, I put my money into marketing to reach those folks who are at home through internet marketing and the like. And it worked out. These are opportunities to pull ahead when everybody else is clamping down. This is not a time when I want to say, now we can light up 2B. Let me just make sure I'm plugged in. This is not a time when I want to say to Impulse in North Redondo, who is hiring, double, triple the amount of people they currently have your employees drive by this old, clearly, both in branding and in paint, old sign that doesn't really reflect the awesomeness of Redondo Beach. It's time to refresh this stuff and make it clear that when you're entering into Redondo Beach, we've got a unified entryway at all our entrances. We've got a brand, and this is a cool place to be. So jumping into the motion, we move to approve all the decision packages in the 5-year CIP, adopt BRR 1 as revised June 16, 1A, and 8 as amended. And the intention with 8, which I'll display in a second, is to provide a total subsidy for city fees for the RVA Trick or Treat and RVA Holiday Stroll. Those events have minimal impact. They're free to the public. They generate no revenue, as opposed to large-scale route-based events. And where amendments have been made, only that part of the decision package or CIP is amended. Going to let me see how I'm sorry. I try to pull up the other pages, and it's a struggle here on sheets sometimes. The other tabs, there it is. Okay, BRR 8. So here's how we've amended BRR 8. The Halloween trick-or-treat stroll subsidy has gone up to 6,277. The Riviera Village holiday stroll has gone up to 8,321. That should be a total subsidy of both the city fees as well as what's indicated in BRR 40 for the mileage, for the amount of the mileage fee, street closure fee. On the Summerfest, we've put the subsidy amount to $4,080. That should completely cover their street closure fee, but not their total city fees. So their city fees associated with Public Works, fire, whatever fees they get charged from that. So it's a partial subsidy. And the total amount of subsidies will be at $44,678. Our goal was to keep it under $45,000.
What, can you go back to that?
Oh, it's gonna be a struggle, but sure, I'll try.
And do we have an estimate on what those Summerfest fees, that it says TBD, so it's really hard to figure anything out. Like what was it last year or anything like that?
Yeah, they're more expensive than either of the strolls. We do know that. I don't know if we have
The
anything
3-day
beyond.
event, so I hope it's more
I
expensive
think
than the stroll.
we'll have that answer for you here in a little bit, Councilman.
The thought with the partial subsidy there was, unlike the other events, the Summerfest does charge vendors to set up shop and essentially make money, or generate revenue off of closing the street.
And I agree 100%. Riviera Village spends about $60,000 of its budget to put on those two non-revenue events, whereas they make money from Summerfest. So I 100% understand that and agree.
Do we have that number, Elizabeth? Yeah.
Yeah, so total fees are over 15,000, but then we apply the subsidy that was $12,500
To what?
which brings it down to around just over $3,000.
So last year's Summerfest, they paid, I shouldn't say the RVA, but they paid about $3,000.
And I would venture to guess the lion's share of that is police officer reimbursement for the beer garden. And while you're up there, do you know what the estimate is for the King Harbor Seafair? I don't remember it being very much. It's under $1,500, I
I
believe.
don't remember the last time they hosted it, to be honest.
Yeah,
Done one in
I think it was
There
as
hasn't
I
been-
recall, it was the cannon fire fee that we were waiving, which was a couple $100. Mark actually might remember better, but I think the $1,500 in this motion would more than cover that particular cost.
You say the number again for Summerfest? I didn't write down the.
So I'll give you the exact numbers.
Last,
So the subsidy was $12,500. What was remaining after that for them to pay the city was $3,943. So altogether, really, it's closer to $16,500.
So under that plan, then it would be about 16.
How do these numbers compare to the signature event subsidies that we agreed to?
I think that's what he has. Can you go back to that page?
I've overlaid.
If you go to the original BRR 8, you can see
I can get it here. If you want
what
to
the
see it.
what the budget includes.
Which BRR?
8.
8.
That's 40.
Right. Oh, here it is. All right. So, and
I can pull it up here.
It was 2,500.
Here, let me. I've got it. I've got the original here too.
Here's the original.
So your goal was to keep it roughly at 45,000.
The total number in BRR 8 right now is the subsidy amount's $45,000. It was $2,500 for trick or treat, $2,500 for holiday stroll, $2,500 for the boat parade, $10,000 for the 10K, $10,000 for Spring Fest, and that's what's in the proposed budget, mind you. $5,000 for the LA Kings 5K, $10,000 for the Riviera Village Summerfest, and $2,500 for the Seafair, for a total of $45,000. So the budget motion here does not have an impact on the proposed budget.
What do you mean we get 300 whatever dollars back?
Well, yeah, go to town, yeah.
All right.
Well, thanks for showing that. That's what I wanted to see, was that delta from what we had in there before. Thank you.
All right. Trying to see how I get back to, there we go. All right. So, and where the budget is the motion is a written motion. So if I say something or omit to say something that's written here, then that's what should control. All right. An NRB bike path, we've covered that. I think Councilmember Kaljerovich and Castle covered that in their motion. Both more lights, restriping, refresh pavement markers. Option 3. So this is for the NRB farmers market. I mean, this is a new startup that has taken flight in North Redondo. The ACAP calls for this street closure to placemake, and they've done it temporarily. And rather than have them continue to carry this burden, maybe to the point where they end up shutting down because it's too much of a burden, this is a city partnering with them, a public-private partnership, if you will, to close the street on a temporary basis by installing these bollards. By the way, that's generated, the NRB Farmers Market has generated significant funds in terms of business registrations and sales tax, and they're going to reinvest in the Artesia, the ACAP area. All right, PR 44.
Can I just comment on that? So one of the things when they came in and spoke to the city council, they talked about, the money that they were going to make and invest it back into Artesia at large, but also obviously into the market. But right now, this first season, let's call it, is their trial season. So that's what we were saying, is that it's their initial season, it's their trial season. At the end of the season, we can see how much money they have. And our hope is that it comes back next summer, or, it expands the time period that it's in operation, just because it's been a huge hit. But at this point, let it finish its initial trial and see what the numbers are before we commit to funding bollards.
Sure.
Or
but here, having been part of this process now several times, what I've seen is our allocations that we make rarely get used even in that immediate next year, right? It's allocated to it. And what I've also promised is, if ever we come on a hard time where we need to defund some of the things that we funded, then I'd be willing to defund them. But so far, we haven't had to do that. But I do think it's important to signal to them, hey, we are here, we're partnering with you, and we'd like you to continue doing this NRB Farmers Market that has brought so much joy and activity regularly to North Redondo, which has been so lacking for so long. So for now, it's here. BRR 44, except all
If I could add something, Councilman, on that, I mean, the option could be, right, you could appropriate the funding now, you could delay the implementation until the conclusion of the trial period. I mean, you could confirm, you could include the appropriation of the budget motion, but have it delayed, confirming efficacy or continuation of the program.
Until trial period included. Success.
Just to jump back to earlier, just the statement you were making about, the motion is that's what's written. One of the differences between your items that were included on our budget versus what you have is that our budget has them, but it's not coming from the general fund. We were finding other non-general fund sources. So
yeah, I wanted to ask, I wanted to ask the city manager about that actually. So I see here, for example, at the major facilities fund, there's about $446,000. Are any of the things that we've discussed in our motions, some things, money should they be funded from the major facilities repair fund?
We have a fairly limited amount of money that's going into that fund on an annualized basis. In most, as you can see, it's not accruing a significant fund balance over the years. We've had that fund now for, 15 years maybe. So we tend in our proposed CIP to spend what we receive to keep items of importance repaired as timely as we can. So as much as I would love to say that, hey, this is our long-term sinking fund for City Hall replacement or some of our other big critical infrastructure needs that we definitely need to address. I mean, there's no question about that. That hasn't been, at least historically, how we've utilized that fund. We've treated it as more of a repair account for items that we generally don't have another restricted source of funding for, which is typically maintenance.
Copy. All right. Moving on BRR 18, I'd like to maintain this $55,000. This is an investment in the future. It's an investment in public safety. It's an investment in mobility. And again, North Redondoans don't have an easy way to get to the beach, get down to Hermosa Beach, PCH, without using aviation. And so it's like right on the sidewalk, that very narrow sidewalk, or else right on the street with fast traveling cars. So this is a significant amount of a significant investment that we do need to make. And the instruction also provides that it's general fund only if transportation restricted funding cannot be obtained after diligent pursuit first. All right. And I also think it's important to signal this commitment to Hermosa Beach, because they're discussing their CIP in aviation's only partially in Redondo Beach, partially in Manhattan, partially in Hermosa. And so I would like them to see that we're making an investment as well. We have the mayor's requested fee schedule, master fee schedule addition of minimum $2 per foot per day. We're not accruing any money from that. Quality of life and revenue generation at 2 full-time MSOs RVPD, increasing the street sweeping citation to $79 to match other parking citations. I will say, I did ask our finance director, Stephanie, about where money is coming from for our parking permit sales. And 109 parking permits are procured from 90278, 976 are procured from 90277. That's 63.67, more or less, from Redondo Beach. You got some P.O. Box, and only about 27%, 26% are coming from, the 36% coming from outside of Redondo Beach. So, I feel like the increasing the parking permit fee is going to disproportionately affect our residents. I'm not sure that it's really the juice is worth the squeeze, since we're potentially generating revenue from these other sources, and that could be something we reserve, give folks a break. We just raised it in the last 2 years. Give folks a break for a year, maybe get additional subscription, and then you could raise it again up to the 225 number next year, potentially.
Just on that point, the bulk of the parking meter fees as well as parking tickets outside of street sweeping are in the 90277, because we charge for the RVA down in the Riviera as well as King Harbor, where parking is free along Artesia, the Performing Arts Center. So
do you want to raise it?
Well, in our proposed budget, that's what we had. And basically our increase was just commensurate with the increase in parking meter rates. So, if we're raising parking meter rates.
Parking meter rates went up 10%. You raised the fee 15%.
We can do 10%.
We can do 10%.
We were
I'm
just
yeah.
matching 225, sounded right.
$2.25, yeah,
Right.
I see.
I think it would be 220 instead of 225.
215, I thought, is what I calculated, but.
You'd support 215?
I agree with Councilmember Obaji that we've been raising that rate for many years in a row. And I think we will start to see a lot of diminishing returns if we're not careful.
But then we'll have people paying our parking meter fee.
I think we will have people avoiding the area.
How about let me go through the rest of the motion. Sure. You guys reach a consensus on what you want the number to be to, and then it is ultimately going to affect 90277 more than 90278. So I guess I'll budge on that.
No one's making them do it. It's a choice that it makes sense for you or it doesn't.
Sure. All right, moving on. CIP, add to CIP, aviation pickleball, $100,000. Again, this is amenity. I'll say this also, additionally to what Councilmember Barron said. Perry Park gets a tremendous amount of use. And it gets tremendous amount of use because you got skating there, you got the playground, you got the baseball, the fields, you got pickleball and basketball sharing the same space. The pickleballers do step on the toes of the basketballers, and they occupy the court for a significant part of the day. We've had to modify the hours. Thank you, Director House, for working with us on that. And we've kind of worked it out to where the pickleballers take the morning and the basketballers take the afternoons. But it would be great to return that to all basketball at some point if we get the pickleballers an exclusive facility up in Aviation Park that's just for them. So this is our priority project. We'd ask that it get a full $100,000.
You mean 600?
Sure, 600,000, an additional 100,000. I mean, the project's going to cost $1.5 million. So if we're going to get it up to 1.1 or 1.2 with this, yes. So we're going to need to get another 300,000 at some point. But big, major change, major positive change sometimes costs money, and this is one of those investments that we should make because it will repay for itself significantly. And not doing it is putting pressure on our other facilities. All right, I've reduced the allocation to the Perry Park fencing to $33,000, bringing the total up to $104,000. I'm not in a rush to do that. I just want it to get done at some point in the future. And I've changed the construction date to 2028. And I took that money, the $75,000, the rest of the $75,000, and put it into Alta Vista along Juanita because that fence needs it for sure. And I should indicate
and
this.
I think the BRR listed that at closer to $46,000, just for the record.
For Alta Vista?
Yeah. The estimate was 45.9.
I think we might have it. All right, let's see. We'll see where the fund comes out to. Okay, so you take a fund out, 32,000. All right, $46,000, and we'll copy that into here. All right, Teen Center Improvement Project account for the wheelchair lift, $35,000. Wilderness Park account, the all-terrain electric wheelchair. Budget neutral changes to staff 2 attendants for Wilderness Park. And then I made the other amendments in our strategic plan earlier. BRR 22, Heritage Court benches, still providing,
Can I provide a clarification, Councilman, on the line on 48? When it comes to the Wilderness Park, I want to make sure everyone understands we will evaluate and then come back with a recommended plan to address this issue. This isn't something that would happen in a vacuum. This will require a council discussion as a follow-up matter.
I think the key is cost neutral.
Yeah, I think that is, and we perfectly understand that goal.
Cost neutral.
Yes, and I think we would provide some options on how we could achieve that. I think that would be the place for it.
Right, Heritage Court, 2 benches. This is, I think, a relative luxury compared to the fence, for example, at Alta Vista and We can always fund 2 more benches next year. Dominguez Park fence removal is already, there's money for that. Designate the Wilderness Park a local landmark. Dale Page Park, we just needed $2,500 so Public Works can maintain the crack there as best as possible so it continues to be a temporary pickleball facility for.
That was the cheapest of all the options.
There was a BRR for $60,000 to re-sport court it, and we're not going to do that, right? We're not trying to do that. Again, trying to be prudent. Extend the fence separation at Alta Vista between tennis and pickleball. This was a request from the Cultural Arts Commission, the Public Amenities Commission. There wasn't a BRR on that, but we have allocated $8,000 of subdivision trust funds. Hopefully that'll cover it. All right, so I was walking this morning and I got to thank Director Wingy because I sent him an email this morning and I had a thorough response, essentially a BRR. Within hours. But the benches at the waterfront are heinous looking. And this is not like one of these years where you want to do nothing and invest in nothing that you have, because what happens is the benches are going to get more corroded. They're going to get unserviceable. You're not going to be able to dip them in coating and fix them and kind of tidy them back up, but you're gonna have to dispose of them and spend $2,500 to replace them. So the summary is we have 50 metal benches on the waterfront. It's about $750 to $1,000 to recoat them. You cannot recoat all of them probably. If you need to fully replace these metal benches, you need to do it for $2,500. The lifespan of the replacement of metal benches will be 5 to 7 years. Public Works prefers concrete benches, but if you replace one with concrete, then you've kind of got inconsistent furniture and the like. So what we've done is allocate $30,000 for Public Works to maintain, replace waterfront benches within their discretion and expertise. Because it does seem that they need it, and there isn't any money in the tidelands or the uplands to do that.
Is that a general fund expense, Councilman?
That is a general fund expense.
Can we reference that under column F?
Well, it's coming from the general fund here, but I can, the column here.
Yep.
You got another fund for it?
Nope.
Okay. All right. We keep the recurring power washing of the Esplanade two more times per year, perhaps during the busiest summer months. Look, I don't have a dog, but I've got a family. We love to walk on the Esplanade, and it's awful when it's filthy. So we've got to keep that place clean because it's highly trafficked. And it is where the dog owners go. Regardless of whether you have a dog or not, it's where the dog owners go because they can't go to the boardwalk down below. All right, RV pack panel replacement, $1,300. This is, and there's also another thing about the RV pack, the marquee sign down here for $24,000. These signs here, these logos are everywhere, and this place gets thousands, tens of thousands of visitors every year. And so it's important to rip the Band-Aid off and get this rebranding consistently done throughout the city ASAP. All right, landscaping, South Juanita and Camino Real, it's actually District 1, so, and Councilmember Waller does want that, and
you do? Do you want to spend $12,000?
Yeah. Okay.
And
Would that come out of Quimby?
So it's on the other side of the fence. So actually, a question for Mr. Wazanski. Could that come from subdivision trust funds? It is contiguous with the Alta Vista Park, right?
It's the flower bed in front of the park.
It's like, it's the park's parkway, basically. Yes, it could. Yes, it could. It's borderline.
Okay. But we don't have Quimby funds for that right now, so.
We do it where? I I know I had it listed as general fund in my proposal, so.
Yes.
I'm trying to see.
But Quimby would be interesting.
Subdivision,
I think,
trust
typically it's fine, but
funds
part
if
of the park is
available.
just on the outside of the fence, the way the fence cuts.
Otherwise, general fund one-time expense.
Pump station owns it or something.
All right, citywide, could we loan to the Quimby Fund? No, all right. But on this note, we also allocated $10,000 for additional tree planting funding. And if you see the work, this is money well invested. If you see the work that the city has done just recently, this is on 190th. This is on Catalina. There's more median space on Catalina that doesn't have trees yet. This is great. I mean, there's one beautifying now, but it's going to have huge dividends in 2-3 years from now. So both in terms of, fresh air, shade, cooling, and aesthetic beauty.
Same request. Could we cite the general fund source there?
All right. Citywide monument wayfinding sign refresh, we already discussed that, $96,000 one time. Mosaic art tile mural for shore wall between Cal Surf Club and Riviera Cantina. That's from the John Parsons Public Art Fund. There would still be, under the John Parsons Fund, an additional $100,000 there, leaving it unallocated. The recommendation of the Cultural Arts Commission to do some sort of app where you can find public art in the city interested me, but not to the extent we're ready to invest money in it. What I'd say is it would be great if it could blend in with Access Redondo, be one app, like a one-stop shop for Redondo, rather than have to get on a different app for cultural arts and events and the like.
One thought is Rick Quilliam keeps coming up with the app he's developing for Artesia. He said he could add other layers. I had asked him about history. You could probably add an art layer too.
There you go. Excellent. So it's a great idea, and there's money in the John Parsons Art Fund for any ideas folks have to advance art and public art in Redondo Beach, and it'll stay, at least under our motion, unallocated. Back to this motion. Miscellaneous design services for all departments, $7,500.
Can we flush that out? I understand what that means, but just for the record, I think that's logo design services, right?
Logo design? Are you basically saying to hire a designer?
This is for the implementation of branding, right?
Logo design / branding. All right, and we already addressed the RV Pack marquee sign. And then a fund for a third-party facilitator to assist the city council with annual performance review of the city manager. Rather than do a 360, which is about $30,000, $35,000, is just a facilitator. So this will be $15,000.
And can we note for both that item as well as line item 78, can we note the general fund expense there as well?
And the ending general fund balance is $205,297.24, which we figure gives small amount of flexibility to the city manager on the flexible hiring freeze. So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I was hoping there'd be a little bit more compromise on this. You have one that's trying to save spending zero, that we don't have to on the general fund, and you guys are using up everything but 200K, and it's pretty wide difference. I was hoping there could be some integration of those two and coming up with something in the middle, and that doesn't seem to be how we're ending up here. I know you took some of the inputs, but it was cost items, not necessarily savings items. So I'm a little disappointed in that motion, but we'll see what what happened here.
Yeah, and I will,
Councilmember Waller, you have your hand up?
Yeah, as the one person who didn't talk to anybody, I basically, came up with some of my own ideas. A lot of them actually overlap with both of the two motions, so I don't know if that turns into the compromise or not. I'll just sort of go down the list of, so I don't have a spreadsheet, since I figured with two competing spreadsheets, a third would have been too hard to comprehend. I was looking at 2 weeks of free parking for the Riviera Village this year, which would be an extra 25,000 over the 25 that we had before. I wanted to make sure we kept the Esplanade cleaning, the Alta Vista fence. One of the things that was on my list from talking to a lot, or hearing from a lot of constituents, $19,000 for one more crossing guard at Prospect and Avenue G, because I'm hearing a lot about that.
I'll tell you right off the bat, I'm not supportive of that. Just based on all the deliberations that have been going on, I appreciate you standing up for it, but I think we got another process going on.
Yeah. Again, these are, this is my thing going out. Yeah.
I'm just flagging that as.
Sure thing.
Those are one of my red flags.
I wasn't so sure about the 90,000 for the North Redondo Beach bike path lighting. That was something that it seemed like for 6 lights, 8 lights, whatever it was, 6 lights. It's like, that's a lot of money for 6 lights. But that's not my district. I'm not up there at night. So I can't say strongly, how badly that's needed. It was 15,000 a light.
It is, it is 15. It's out of the Quimby Fund.
On the bollards, I was agreeing that.
I think though, just to be clear, I think on that, the intention is for us to try to find grant funds first. We're hopeful that
and if you got grant
we were
funds for it.
successful in closing that gap with the North Redondo Beach bike path. So I'm still hopeful that we can find grant for that.
On the North Redondo, or on the bollards, originally I'd said, no to the bollards, but if we can sort of put it on delay. If 4 or 5 months from now, we say, hey, look, this thing's permanent. Because if the farmer's market is 100% permanent, I want those. But if 5 months from now they go, we're not gonna make it, then we just put in $40,000 worth of bollards so that we can occasionally close the street for a fair or something. I will tell you, on the GPAC, that street was identified as a parklet, where the idea was close the street, paint it green, put in some benches, and sort of see what happens. Does it activate? So I think the farmers market is a much better solution than making it a parklet like we were talking about there. But only if it really is going to succeed. It's doing great now, and I really do think it will succeed. Mm-hmm. So I look forward to spending the money, but just on delay. I don't want to say, okay, let's start spending that in the next week or two. On the wayfinding signs, I'm a little bit mixed on that, but one of the things that I was talking to somebody about is that even if it costs us a little bit of money, right now is the time to make Redondo Beach shine, because people are going to be coming here for the Olympics.
Which ones were those?
Well, the wayfinding signs, but also this then goes into the benches, some of the new things that they added on their motion that weren't considered before.
Can I just say, people are already coming for the World Cup.
They're already coming for the World Cup. It's too late for them.
They're at the pier on a game day. Just check out, walk around the pier. You see people in jerseys all over.
So if we can make sure that Redondo Beach shines, and it might be not saving the money that we could be saving, but it's going to make it so that maybe some of it's done by the time Super Bowl comes and by the time the Olympics are here. We really need to be on our best foot right there. So I'm convinced, my written notes were no to the wayfinding, but I think based on my argument about making a shine, I think we need to spend that kind of money, spend that extra 96,000 or whatever it was, and do the things to make the Esplanade look good, make the pier look good, make the harbor look good. It may mean that there are some other things that are going to have to come up that Councilmember Castle can think about and say, hey, we need this. This is the time to do it. And if it means that we're going to spend down a little bit of that money that we were trying to put back into the general fund, beautification is the place to do it more than anything else, even though it may not have the direct ROI. The parking study on aviation, I think that's needed, because that's going to help us with, like you said, the bike path parking issues that we're going to hopefully have up there. And there was one other thing that you had in there that I don't think I wrote down. Let me look at your list. The bike path was good. I was good with the bike path. Thought you had something else on aviation or Artesia. I don't see it here. Was it one of your new ones?
Can you repeat that, Councilman?
Did you have a new thing for aviation or Artesia in your? I don't have a note here.
You think? No, we just had the funding, the traffic parking study.
Are you talking about the monuments?
I didn't think it was the monuments. I thought there was something else, but I didn't take a note on it, so I don't see it here. But I've convinced myself that I think it is time to spend on those monuments so that the city looks as good as possible for tourists that are starting to come into our city already. But obviously the landscaping at Juanita and Camino Real I had on my list, and Esplanade power washing is definitely needed. It took them 2 days to do their deep clean. You know, I saw the crew out there again this morning finishing up last week's deep cleaning because it was that bad. Because they do it generally quarterly, but a little bit more often during the summer. But it was a warm May, and it got pretty bad. So as anybody that goes down there knows, it gets bad quickly. So the more we do it, the better. I did have people reach out and say, hey, what about Artesia? And future budget.
In due time, when Artesia's producing revenue.
Yeah, I agree. Artesia could use it. There are places where I did the dine around Artesia, and I noticed a few places, but
it does get power washed occasionally.
But it's not not as much. And that might be another thing to look at is if the 14,000 is being added to the power washing budget and Esplanade isn't that bad, yeah, spread it around, do it in other places. I think that would make sense. Otherwise, I don't think I disagreed on the park benches, the wheelchair, the teen lift, I think is vital. That's not, or the teen center, the wheelchair lift to the teen center, I think is vital.
You think what?
Is vital. Okay. We need to do that. That just, from accessibility, from getting kids more involved in the arts, use of that facility, I think that's something that's long overdue. So I think I will leave it at that for now, unless let's hear what the discussion is, and then maybe I'll remember the other thing I was going to say, but I didn't take a note on.
Hey, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor.
Just a quick correction, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Light up 2B, I typed something in the wrong box. I'd put delay implementation until trial period concluded successfully down here as to BRR 44, but that's actually pertains to BRR 42 for the bollards for the NRB farmers market. So relocating it here. That's it. Thank you. The motion is so amended.
Second.
Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Waller, for going through all of those. When you step back for a moment, we talked about two budgets, and I think what they have in common are both are frugal. Like we're both sensitive to that. There's some differences in, how far to go, how extreme and not. But I think they're both made in good faith with very similar philosophies. Unlike other cities or other times when it, that wasn't the case. I think there's some cohesiveness. The difference, if you want to call it that, is the focus on including, items that seemed essential, important to do for the city. And I know we've tried to take into consideration, really have taken into consideration every part of the city, every district, north, south, east, west. I mean, we're at the waterfront, we're at the RVA, we're Central Redondo, North Redondo, just taking everything into consideration. So there was certainly an attempt to be involved and kind of sharing with that. There are some things like, we could wait and do nothing on some of this stuff, yes. But it's kind of a good time to make Redondo shine. I mean, let's do it. Let's get these items done now. Otherwise, the city could have a problem from, looks and feel. And to a point that was raised earlier, it could just be more expensive. Like, man, I wish we had taken care of the benches on the waterfront, on the pier back, last year. Now, how much is it? So some of this, is time sensitive in that respect. Big picture, there are differences, but I don't feel disappointment. We've had some items that we didn't fully agree on yet. I think what we've presented, what we've continued to include tonight and over the past several weeks is something that, we feel that all of us can be proud of. And that's really the distinction. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I tend to agree with you that this is a more collaborative council and there's not stone throwing or anything like that. There's no two totally opposed factions. I disagree a little bit to say that things are essential. To me, essential is the city can't function without it, and then you've got what we should do versus what's nice to have, versus what we. So it's a little bit different way of grading it. I see that you added some of the stuff that came from Councilmember Kalajerovich's and Castle's input, but they were all on the cost side. Wish that there was some movement a little bit towards the middle on savings. They were at 800K, I think, in the end, and you're at 200K, so that's a 600K.
600 versus 200.
600 versus 200, so you're 400K apart, which I guess, that's a pretty big delta.
It's a $131 million budget. It's not a very big delta.
For the discretionary amount that we had to expend, it's a big percentage. So, okay, Councilmember Obaji?
No, I'm a hand up.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
If you could light up, what am I, 1B?
Yeah, I think 1B.
Okay.
Yes.
Just in response to some of the discussion in our proposed budget, I've highlighted in red items that we may disagree on. So we can kind of go through them and come to maybe some agreement. I've added some things that were in your budget as well. Some things I did not, and I'm happy to speak to that. When we talk about the benches on the pier, you said, they'll just be more expensive later, which is entirely true. And this is the trap we are experiencing with our facilities right now. We are not saving for them, and we have no plan to. And so I think that may just be like a philosophy difference that we're approaching this with.
Not necessarily, if I can respond to that.
Yeah.
So I've insisted on keeping these facilities on our future strategic goals, on our strategic plan, everything in the last 2 sessions, with the idea being when we get some more certainty as to what's happening at the power plant site, what direction that's moving in, maybe we can do a lease revenue bond that doesn't impact the residents. They don't have to pay for it against our real estate and finance a major upgrade to City Hall and the the Public Works facility, Public Works yard. Maybe we, so that's one of the options. And maybe once we get brand new fire stations or police stations, the residents are willing to chip in 20 million for a new Public Works yard because they realize and see how critical Public Works is to the operation of our city. So it's definitely a thought that I've had and have kept in the forefront of my head, but we've got to see progress on those bonds we've already, procured or that we're procuring and that we're striving to build the police and fire department with before we undertake more fundraising through any type of bond.
Yes. I think generally I agree with you. But what I would say is that the way we've kind of approached this is every item that we would we would pull from the general fund in this budget. The question is, is that money that we're willing to take out of our reserves to spend? Because that is what we're doing. So with that being said, some of the items that were highlighted in discussion, maybe
Right,
some
so
disagreement.
Parking meter pass, where do you want to go to? You want to go to 225?
She's got the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I would say we talked about aligning it with the parking meter increase. So 215 was
I think
proposed.
220 is what it would be commensurate with the.
220, I mean, negligible. And again, I did account for a reduction in the number of passes. Last time we increased it, it reduced 100 passes. This reduces it by 200. So this calculation, I don't know.
Would be.
So you're saying 1,500 people are going to pull permits for, if you go up to 220, then that's $25. $25 times
1,500. 37,500.
Cool. 37,500.
But to be clear, we've got to run, so I think we're trying to be conservative with this figure, but I think sold over 1,700 passes last year.
Right.
If we drop to 1,500 total sold, we're going to actually go backwards in revenue. So we have to make sure we're running this math carefully.
Right.
If we're going to increase the fee, I think we have to strive to increase it to a level where we think we're going to sustain a comparable number of total sold.
Right, but I don't think we've reached that yet. We haven't experienced it.
We haven't experienced it yet.
Yes.
Right. And I
So-
think you're right. I think there is very good rationale to the assumption that we should be adjusting this fee commensurate with the overall increase in parking meter rates, because presumably that's why people buy this pass. But if we assume that there's a reduction in overall passes, our revenue estimates would need to go down,
For
not
everything.
up.
Right.
So
I mean, right now, the passes are $195, so it takes roughly 200 hours at a meter to pay for one, or 100 hours at a meter to pay for one annual parking pass. So we're just increasing it by that same amount. So that's the 220.
Right. So again, that's one item that was highlighted. Removal of 1 week of holiday-free parking. I hear that that's not desirable, which I totally understand, but I do want to just list some of the things for the Riviera right now. So we have holiday-free parking. We're proposing to replace the street lighting. We are proposing subsidies for the holiday events, the holiday stroll, and the Halloween trick-or-treat, and Summerfest, all in the Riviera Village. So I think when you start listing them together, there's a pocket of subsidy that it starts adding up that is not distributed throughout.
Well, one solution would be to have a holiday stroll in District 3. Where are you going to have it?
Well,
that's the part of the problem.
The King Harbor Association used to get the same free parking that the Riviera Village did, and they have, over the years have asked if that's ever coming back. So, I mean, in terms of reinvigorating the harbor, which is one of the things we're trying to do, and we saw the members of the King Harbor Association come in tonight, they're trying to be more active. If these funds are available to the King Harbor area, I mean, in the future, obviously not this year, that's something that we would like to see. So
I would not object if you came with a proposal for a commensurate free parking in that area. Maybe not all the lots. Maybe we could designate just one lot for that or something like that, but
And I mentioned that not to like pull all that away, but just to list that we are investing in that space consistently, annually investing in this space. So I know the NRBBA had sent us an email about
storefront
the
improvements.
storefront improvement program. You know, that isn't included in here. That's a general fund situation, but that is something in the back of my mind, right? So just listing that out. So what I have here is maybe there's a proposal with the bid. Can they fund half of the lights? I hear from Mr. Klein that we've replaced them once before. So this is something we've done, but can we split it?
Replaced them once. These are the original lights.
This is the original installation. They've never been replaced.
They've never been replaced.
Okay, so
They were
maybe
placed
we
once. Right.
regardless, this is not the first go round. And the point is, can we split this with the bid? So just some negotiation there. If there's, for the farmer's market, I think what there was discussion about delaying the implementation, which is in here. That would be a discussion if, you know, the pilot program goes well and we're evaluating our revenue and funds at that point. The council's happy to do so. I would be amenable to that. I think we discussed that.
Right, and again, they mentioned that, you know, they're looking at using the profits from the market to reinvest for next year. How much is going to be available? I don't think
Probably
any.
not the first year, but.
Not the first year, but none of us know. So, you know, they might be able to contribute to the cost of the bollards or the street closures.
Yeah. I mean, I understand the need for this aviation parking study. You know, you want to say?
Well, I would just ask the city manager, is there money in the Safe Routes to School?
Can't fund it from Safe Routes to School. Could there be grant funds or transportation restricted funds to support this effort later? Possibly. Not that particular account.
Or I guess other grants or other monies
There
available
could be
non-general
later.
fund.
We'd have to make application for a Measure M grant or something. And there was a parking study done. Part of this is building off the previous study in the area that the health district did, which is why it's only $55,000. So.
I mean, is there a way that we can explore that, come back, similar to this, to the farmer's market, where you guys can look, and then we can, at mid-year, decide if that's a...
Well, it's similar to, I mean, it's kind of the thought, I think, on the lighting up at the North Redondo Beach Bike Path. The idea is that it's Quimby. If we can't obtain a grant, we could structure this. It would be the set aside. We would prioritize the use of grant funds first if identified, and then we would pivot back to that amount. It just depends on how quickly we want to execute the study. The grant, pursuit of grant is going to take better part of the fiscal year.
So pursuing a grant is going to take the better part of a fiscal year.
That's the cycle.
So this is something that we could revisit at mid-year.
We could. It's just a matter of how quickly we want to exercise the analysis.
Okay. Okay. So the RV PAC panel, I know you had mentioned, I see this as, oh, sorry, Esplanade. Skip.
Right, yes.
Esplanade. this one's a hard one because with how many dogs I see on that, and the complaint is that it smells like urine. We would have to be cleaning this all the time, like for people to not smell it. And it's a hard one to fund, but if that's a no-go, then you'll have to let us know.
It's a very, very well-used area by dogs and by people. And, at any given time, the parking is relatively full there, which indicates that people are going there. And we want them not to be tourists going back home and saying, yeah, I went to Redondo Beach, it smelled like dog pee. If, at least for 1 week out of the month, it doesn't, instead of every week out of the month. Ideally, let's power wash it every week, but we can't do that. But if we can power wash it monthly during the peak months, May through September, and then during the rainy season, it does what it does because people aren't out there. That would even, I'm looking at this not as we're going to wash it at a certain time. We're adding 2 more washes to the cycle, and Public Works will use discretion to go, okay, we got to do it more often now. We can wait. It rained in February. We don't have to do it for 3 months now.
This is just one of those things where you're like, are we going to take money out of our reserves to clean the Esplanade?
Well,
maybe.
Yeah, I was going to say, you take money out of your reserves to clean your refrigerator out, or are you going to let it smell?
Well, I ask it a little bit differently. Right now, it's once a month during the summer, right? And once a quarter in the off season.
We've been getting to it about 4 times a year. I think typically what that cycle looks like is there's a lag between the fall and the spring, depending on how much rain we get. So if we get a rainy fall, rainy winter, and a rainy spring, we tend to clean. Those 4 cleanings occur kind of April through October. If we get a very dry year, we tend to have more of a problem where we have to find a way to supplement. In an ideal schedule, we would clean it starting in maybe we hit it in March or April, and then we hit it 2 or 3 times over the course of the summer, hit it 1 more time in the fall, and then we're dormant for 6 months during the kind of rainy season. It just depends on the weather and kind of what we experience down there.
We know Super El Nino started for this.
Yeah, next year I think there's a fair assumption that we're going to get a lot of rain certainly in the winter period, and candidly,
I just question whether 2 more is going to make a difference one way or another.
I mean, if you've been down there after a fresh cleaning, it makes a difference. There's no denying that.
Okay. So then. All right, so you had mentioned these in your budget proposal. And I moved this down.
Yeah, I mean, to give that back.
It's okay, this one's you put in.
No, don't delete it.
Clear.
Oh, I have it in Quimby. I have it down further. Down.
Okay.
So I will remove this. All right. These ones were not in there. I did not include. All right, and then here, aviation pickleball, you had said that you wanted the full 600,000. I mean, with this proposal, it's
560.
545 as opposed to 600, so very near that. And then it includes the landscaping at South Juanita and Camino Real for Quimby. And then, what was I going to say? The art amounts, I didn't include art amounts here, and that wasn't because I'm not open to having amounts here. If any of you want to dedicate a certain number to these projects, I'm happy to put it in here. We don't need to keep it just in the John Parsons Art account. So just let me know. And then I think that's it for now. And I do think that these discussions, while we talked about many of the discussions that I brought up here have to do with better preparing ourselves for increasing revenue, understanding our costs, and I think that's necessary for going forward and going into the next year and the next budget. So they're not a cost implication, and I've gone over these with the city manager. Many of them are already in the queue and are lined up. So if there's something that sticks out, we can discuss that, but I would like to keep them in the budget motion, as well as the future budget preparation suggestions going forward. So that would be an amended motion. So I would make this substitute motion. Unless, Brad, there's something in here that you want to tweak, I'd be open to that discussion.
I'd have to look at that again and compare it. Can you slowly go through that? So revenues, I don't.
Can we pause there real quick? Can we make sure that we've reconciled the assumptions in the two motions? Are those consistent, Stephanie?
Oh, you want to?
What part? The revenues. I'm concerned about the revenues. So
The revenues,
making
okay.
sure that
are those
match.
consistent?
You mean consistent with each other?
Yeah, the two
Yes.
motions. So both assumptions are the same.
Are you saying for the MSOs and?
Yeah, for for the two MSOs.
Yes, I pulled it from their
Straight from
motion.
theirs, okay. And
The
then
wording and the numbers.
the only difference really would be the parking meter pass, which
Right, and
is not included in the
if
other
that's a
one.
difference, then what I have here, happy to include it.
Yeah.
I just think that for consistency, if we're going to raise the parking meter, we should raise the thing, but that's open.
Yeah, I do see the logic in increasing
Yeah.
I'm resistant to doing it, but I see the logic in
I'm resistant
increasing.
to doing all of this.
Well, that's I'm saying, it's like, I see the logic in increasing that, especially because I'm asking for spending money on some other things. And most of that money is affecting the village, and so some of that money can go towards some of the village things at that point. Scroll down to the expenditures now.
So this first section is the general fund expenditures.
So removing the 1 week goes back to that.
And I mean, we can, if that's like something that we can't live without, I can take this out.
Yeah, he wants to keep that.
Yeah, I wanted 2 weeks. So if we could compromise on 10 days, make it 37,500.
Well, in her motion, it's putting revenue back in the.
Right.
String light replacement, I think, is a 100% necessity.
And here I have to split it with the bid, but
Right, we can ask about, you can always ask the bid. I can't speak for them.
right.
And they're not here anymore. I don't know if they're watching online to comment later, but as they,
Well, and maybe, yes.
well, I know, but we're springing something on them that I didn't prepare them for today.
Well, and maybe we ask them to split it, and also that going forward, this is not a cost that we expect to be continuing to fund, but we'll talk about it.
Yeah, I think that's something that if it's a future discussion, as long as it's in our budget and something happens.
Well, I think that's the important distinction, is how is this approved? Is the $90,000 of approved in the CIP, and we're, before executing the project, going to ask the bid about funding half of it, or is it not approved and the direction is to ask to split the project, or only 45,000 of the 90?
I would advocate to have it approved at 90,000 and then ask the bid and see what we can,
So,
what the city can negotiate. It's hard. I got to swap hats on that.
Yeah, I mean, and they're going to watch this, so we're paying 90 grand.
They're going to know what the number is. Ask Councilmember Waller, did you fund the overhead lights that need replacement in the Riviera bid? And you're going to say,
Yes.
yes.
And then
Okay, why do we need to throw anything in?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's our street.
Okay.
So you want to, or the numbers,
What's that?
fix the number.
Which number?
So you have it in it, we're spending 90.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
I think that's the way to do it, because if you put in 45 and the bid goes, we can't afford that, they're gone. And I think that's a fail for us.
So just,
And, there may be other discussions that we need to have with the bid, if we're having discussions about the dining decks or the parklets, depending on who you're talking to.
right. And I mean, I think the discussion can be with
can
the
be more
bid
than
saying, it's coming from a fund that is meant for so many other things that we're not doing it.
And, part of their budget is supposed to go towards beautification. Now, whether $45,000 of their budget can go to that, I don't know,
Well,
but.
it's not $45,000 every year, but
Yeah, it's one time.
yeah. All right, so scrolling down here.
The farmer's market? The farmer's market, I thought that was actually $35,000 in the BRR, but if we're delaying it,
Yeah.
that's,
Whatever, we can change the numbers if it's incorrect here. We'll scroll down.
the parking study on aviation, maybe that's a negotiation with the others as well. From my standpoint, I support it, but
Would you be okay with revisiting it at
I'd be
mid-year if
okay
we're-
revisiting it as well.
I feel like if we don't signal that that's the priority and then we're gonna have to discuss it
Right.
again, not to like, I just don't think the effort might not be as explored.
Right. So I'm fine having it being explored and then revisit it mid-year. The power washing, I'm going to sit there and say the money from the parking permit increase is going to go to the power washing in my head.
And you can explain it that way.
will
cheer for it now.
Okay.
The panel replacement of the Performing Arts Center is such a small amount. I don't know if it really matters either way on that one. That's not a hill I'm going to die on. Rebranding the vehicles, I think none of us supported. And the wayfinding signs, that was something that I thought would be of value for the city from the standpoint of the tourism that's going to be coming in, making the city
I
look
just
that
don't
much
know
better.
in that account, like, I don't know. Sure, someone's going to come to the city and they're going to see beautiful signs, but I don't think that's the experience that's going to stay with them necessarily, or even the benches. I think what they do here, how they're welcomed here is going to be what they'll bring back with them. Of course, like beautiful manicured things would be of a notice, but I don't think the value is there. I don't think the return on investment for that specific thing is going to get us, especially in a financial situation that we're in now.
To me, it's the first impression that people are going to have of Redondo Beach for a lot of people is going to be seeing that. And
I think almost to think about it opposite. Was convinced by Councilmember Obaji's walk through the pier of District 2 every day. What they would notice is that if the signs are run down, if the benches are half painted, that's what they would notice. I mean, if it's nice and clean, yes, they'll see that it's nice and clean, but it won't draw their attention. But if it's, things on the waterfront are corroded, the signs are falling apart, that's what they'll see. I could see throwing this in the benches as well at the waterfront.
Just a point of clarification, you are correct, Councilman Waller. It was $35,000 for the removable fixed bollards.
Can I say I put 40,000 there because it said you needed to consult somebody to tell you whether the bollards would work, right? In the BRR, it said it needed to consult some sort of
We're adding a buffer there.
expert.
Is this to study that? Is that what that is, Andy?
It was, let's see, farmer's market.
I think those were the
Good evening,
movable.
Andy Winchie, Public Works Department. Yeah, I think we were looking at just getting a traffic expert to analyze that, make sure we had the right size and right protection in place to just prevent liability.
Staff recommends involving a design professional to determine or confirm that assumptions made about traffic rating requirements and the placement of the temporary traffic control devices are accurate. So I added $5,000.
$5,000 for
because-
that extra work.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's not 5,000, maybe it's 1,000 or 2,000, but that is in the BRR.
Sure. Well, yeah, I think that might be in addition to the BRR, but yeah.
I wasn't sure if that was included in the 35 or not.
Okay.
But either way.
We'll leave it at 40 for now, but with the delay.
Overestimate our expenses, underestimate our income, and it's the best way to budget.
Yeah.
So it's the wayfinding and monument signs, I guess, is a question. I'm not quite sure where Councilmember Castle is on that. Were you convincing yourself that it is worthwhile, or were you saying?
How much were the benches at the pier? How much in that, on that tab?
If you go back to it, it's about, to replace each one is 2,500, and there's 50 of them, so.
But to paint,
To paint $700 to $1,000 for each one, and there are 50 of them. So you could look at $50,000, but we're funding it to $30,000 right now and prioritize the really bad ones, and maybe next year we do another 20 or 30, and we.
But if they're too bad, you have to replace them.
Yes.
Right. So I would add that in and say, call it 130.
What about replacement of monument signs that just look bad, that are run down, because not all of them are looking bad?
To add that into the note of the ones that look,
Well,
start with the.
So instead of doing all of them.
Are you hard over on all of them, or can we do the ones that look bad?
About half of them
Yeah,
were.
so make it 130.
We haven't funded the full amount to replace all of them or coat all of them, so it's necessarily a partial.
No, I mean for the monument signs.
Oh, it's for the monument signs.
Yeah, that's what they're talking right now.
Right, the monument signs.
You want to leave the ones in South Redondo unchanged and change the ones on Manhattan Beach
Prioritize the
Boulevard,
ones
which is
that
the
look
worst
bad.
one?
Yeah, he was saying basically based on
Condition.
how bad they look. I don't know how, they may not
I mean,
match at
this
that
is
point,
the
but
cheapest replacement to make the transition to a unified look across the city, right? This is just removing those, the aluminum signs, replacing them, repainting it, and the like, refreshing it. So,
I mean, that's what your 96,000 is, right?
right.
Okay.
That's it, citywide, and it's equal for the south
Right,
and the
so we have
north,
this and then uncross.
everywhere we have those
I really
things.
don't want to uncross this. I really don't like this. I will, but I'm questioning this.
Mayor, can we get some public comment?
Let's
Hold on, let's
get
go
through
through the
this,
rest
and
of
then
it.
we'll go to public
All
comment.
right, this is the Quimby
So-
stuff.
yeah. So the bike path, Perry Park, Perry Park. Line 71, historic is typo.
Oh, thank you. Histrionic? It's
Histrionic, no, historic.
That's histrionic, too. You know what it means.
Yes, infer.
And then at the bottom, we're paying for the.
All 4 benches instead
From
of 2.
the surplus of that project.
Using the all abilities surplus. Yeah, and Councilmember Rabaji, make sure you're comparing this to yours to make sure nothing got missed as well, because I know we were trying to consolidate the 2.
What are you guys doing now? Where are you?
We're at the Quimby.
This is
In the
all
Quimby.
Quimby Fund, so extending, including your, I should make this red.
The cultural arts, the public amenities art commissions.
No. This,
The fencing
the
between.
fencing,
There's
pickleball at Alta
a
Vista.
number of new things
Yeah, that's from
there.
the Public Amenities Commission. They recommended that.
Yeah.
And then we have the.
I don't know that that's the right amount, but that's just a ballpark guess.
And then ultimately adding this back to the pickleball.
And that went down because it's less of a surplus because of the Camino Real and Juanita.
Right. Less available.
And you said that the pickleball at Aviation is about a total 1.5 million, so it's still not going to be fully funded this year, correct?
No, it's not going to be fully.
Closer.
Okay.
So you prefer not funding either of them fully this year?
Either of what?
The fencing at Perry Park?
Yeah, the fencing at Perry Park is not in terrible condition. There are parts of it that are bad, but it's not horrendous. And it's not anything that anybody is complaining about. Just something that does need to be budgeted at some point in the next years. So we could actually, I don't want to work on your motion because I'm not endorsing it, but we could move fund. If you have added money to Perry Park fencing, you could move that to Aviation Pickleball because that is our joint priority project.
Okay, so is this your substitute motion now, or?
Well, then if that's the case, then I'm going to take this out.
And then 145 goes to pickleball?
145 goes to
So in this motion,
What's the bottom line on this?
$645,000 goes to pickleball.
Yeah, but what's the bottom line on that?
It didn't change because that was Quimby there.
Yeah, that was Quimby money.
Right.
The pickleball, extra going
You're
to.
at 577.
How did the monuments get funded?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Hold
Something's
on.
not adding up.
Yeah, the monuments didn't get into here.
Yeah, they're there, they just didn't trail down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she added benches to the monument sign.
Right.
Yeah, a couple math there in the middle there, I think.
400, so you came.
Yeah, we came down because we're funding the monuments and
60.
145 to pickleball because we know it's a priority for council members in District 4 and 5.
So is
What
that,
did I do here? Equals this.
So we can speak to it.
It's really hard to consolidate between the two spreadsheets. If we can't have them, it's nice if we could have them side by side or something.
Right.
But do a split screen.
Next year we need
So
2 screens.
I'm going to make this.
To get the Perry Park Teens Center lift.
It's in there.
Oh, wait, that's a little big.
I'll make this bigger for you.
Dale Page Park pickleball court maintenance, 2,500.
That's not in there. Yeah, there's a few, and actually your benches at the harbor aren't in this either, I don't think.
They are.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, because we increased that number to 126.
Oh, okay.
For the benches at
You
the
covered the
harbor
benches.
in addition to the monuments.
I don't love that. That's making me really uncomfortable.
I get it.
so is that going to be your motion?
This is my substitute, our substitute motion. Well, my substitute.
And I'll second. Do you want what was the?
Doesn't feel right.
2,500 for the.
2,500 for the Dale Page Park
That would come out of general funds.
crease.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was it?
To fix a crack at Dale Page pickleball.
The pickleball crack.
Maintain it. It's like it's got to get filled and refilled to try to find it.
Study.
Can we take some out of the 145? It would still give you 143, which is more
They
than.
can't because that's, oh yeah. Well, no, that's maintenance, so that's not,
Quimby can't.
maintenance is not Quimby eligible.
You have 45K for other
Regional parks.
regional park maintenance.
In there. Okay, any questions about this motion?
So do you want to add that to the other regional park maintenance, 27 or 2,500, make it 47? So the Del Page can get in?
To going to reduce their pickleball if that's what they want.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, pickleball is subdivision trust funds. Maintenance cannot be funded with subdivision trust funds.
So that would come out of general funds.
yeah, we'll throw it in for 2,500.
You haven't provided design services funding,
Oh,
miscellaneous, all departments,
No,
maybe 5,000.
no. I would say
No
that
tree planting funding?
We're taking
We just-
240, right? 240 is out of the budget for tree trimming.
I don't think we should be.
You shouldn't be planting more trees if we're not going to cut them.
Well, you didn't, that,
We need to talk about how we're going to be maintaining.
the formula though didn't pick up the 240, right? You didn't, it
No,
didn't
no, it
affect the
didn't.
math.
It didn't add it here.
Yeah.
It indicated that it was
note.
here, but it didn't add to the general fund or change the general fund at all.
But I can't believe we're going to be trimming, little trees, baby trees anytime in the near future.
But remember,
They're going to be part
we
of these.
borrowed money last year.
Yeah, I didn't see a mandate from the city manager that be replenished. PERS is one of these things that ebbs and flows. They do poorly. We have to pay them money. We had to do that now twice. Hopefully the market has changed for them. We'll know at the end of this year, depending on how it closes out in the next 14 days. And hopefully then our CalPERS obligation payment will be less,
That
if not
amount-
extinguished.
Focus on the strategy.
Right, and that amount
No, it's
counted
not, but-
towards our,
You do see the stock market climb back.
Well, there are a couple of things. Our chair of our finance commission is right here tonight, but one of the things that we talked about is that one of the issues with CalPERS is even in good years, just because of the difference in our pension liability versus the assets that they have for us, sometimes even in a good year, we still have a negative or an increase in our unfunded liability. So we're sort of still sinking in a hole, just not as fast. But also, one of the recommendations that came out from the Finance Commission was to increase our reserves. Right now, we have effectively, I think it's an 8% reserve minimum.
which includes that
Right.
CalPERS.
No,
That's separate from CalPERS.
Economic contingencies, 833%, and then on top of that, we have CalPERS.
Right. And their suggestion longer term was to increase it to the 16.6%, which effectively is 1 month's revenue versus 2 months' revenue. So part of what we're trying to do is just, have that cushion back in there. And again, this year, one of the issues that we've had is that even though we were conservative in our budgeting this time last year, hotel tax didn't materialize. I think the number of houses sold hasn't been as high. We were expecting some new businesses, the hotels down in District 1 and a couple of other places to open up that didn't open up. So just in the, being conservative and sort of right-sizing our budget. Right. And then if we are performing better throughout the year, I think we can, execute on some of these smaller projects mid-year and move forward with those, but in terms of just setting our baseline for next year.
Right. So
Can I ask a favor real quick of both of you? Can you both send your current motions, share them with Stephanie, so we can look at them side by side and reconcile? I'm still at a loss of how we have a $200,000 spread. That number seems too big to me. Seems too high to me right now.
The difference, right?
There's not that much difference. I mean, it's aviation, it's the aviation study, it's the assumption on permit fees. We're not that far off. Somehow the math's not jiving for me, so we've got to reconcile that.
Stephanie Meyer.
Yep.
Is that a
Meyer or
motion
Myers?
or you?
Just ER, no
I
S.
made this motion.
Right, and sorry.
I need a second or?
Oh, I'm second.
Okay.
Otherwise it dies.
Yeah, no, I didn't know if he was asking something else. Second.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion on the floor. Do you guys want to hear from the
Yes,
public or do you
Yes,
just?
public.
I got two hands up.
Staff.
Public first, please.
Okay.
Hear from the public first, and then we'll come back.
Yeah,
to
so,
him.
Priorities are
so I
where they-
think from those who want to participate from the public, you've seen two, I wouldn't say diametrically opposed, but two different proposals here. One's more frugal, one's less frugal.
But actually, so can I respond to that, Mayor, please, quickly?
Sure.
Our budget motion has no recurring expenditures. They are one-time expenses and they build in systemic recurring revenue. So that's
Some of them. Yeah. Anyway, you have two in front of you to ask that you, we're open to any comments, but would like to hear opinions on one versus the other.
Whatever items.
Okay, so with that, I've got three cards, Mara Santos, Mickey Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mara Santos, CEO for the Redondo Beach Chamber of Commerce, and I am here to ask for your help. The Chamber has been around for over 118 years, and as a nonprofit organization, we do not have many revenue-generating resources. One of them, our main sources of income, is the member dues in our Super Bowl 10K, which has been around for 50 years. This past 2 years, we've had additional cost for safety measures, and I understand that our city manager is doing his best to have a balanced budget by bringing other streams of revenue to the city. And I appreciate that, and I thank you because, you know, I do live in the city. However, with the street fees, the usage of the street fees, that puts an additional $36,720 of cost to the chamber on top of what we already have. That's over $70,000 for a nonprofit organization to be paying to the city as a nonprofit organization. What I'm asking today for your help is if you can increase the fee waiver that we receive now. Again, I understand that you guys are doing your best to have a balanced budget, but we would like to continue having this event for over, at least make it to 50 and even more years to come. As it is right now, it feels like that we're really not going to be able to continue with this fees. So your consideration is much greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mickey Johnson, and then Joan Irvine, and that's the last card I have.
It's because you froze us all out.
Cold in here, huh?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mickey Johnson, and I serve as the president of the North Redondo Beach Business Association, NRBBA. We're the only association in town that has no funding from the city. And tonight I heard you say, let's make Redondo shine. And I'm here to ask you to please reinstate the storefront improvement program. Not the $58,000 that it was before, but $50,000. And direct it towards North Redondo, where we haven't seen it directed in North Redondo since 2017. Councilmember Obaji asked me a pretty fair question about, are there any business owners who are actually interested in the storefront improvement program? And we have had no funds, so whenever they've expressed interest, we've let them know that they're being redirected to a different part of the city. But I asked him if we could just have a couple of weeks to see what kind of interest we could generate, and even today, I found one business that's very interested in it and they want to learn more about it. The city's already shown a huge commitment to placemaking with a $480,000 commitment to public art on Artesia. So why don't we clean up the storefronts along with it? It's only $50,000. The respondents to the city public art survey said that the thing they most enjoy about art is murals. And that's exactly what would happen with the storefront improvement program. We're ready to be your partner, your economic development partner, and we would be really grateful if you would consider adding that $50,000 back into the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Joan Irvine, and that's the last card I have.
Joan Irvine, District 1, so much I'd like to address, but I'll have to limit it. Mayor, city council persons, and city staff and people who are here. We're confronting difficult financial decisions. As District 1 City Council member Brad Waller stated in his recent newsletter, growing city revenues without adding to the burden on residents is one of my top priorities. Yet the city continues to reject the opportunity to generate more than $1 million in recurring annual tax revenue from 2 regulated cannabis dispensaries. Tonight, I won't address again the bogus youth safety, the wasted $34,000 of the cannabis study. I want to focus on fiscal responsibility. The city already spent many years developing regulations and operational requirements, and the framework is largely in place. So the question is straightforward. Do we continue sending tax revenue to the neighboring cities, or do we create a regulated industry that generates revenue while protecting our youth and consumers? I'm not aware of any other business opportunities that can realistically generate more than $1 million in recurring annual revenue for the city starting in 2027. To put it in perspective, Redondo Beach receives only 1% of the 9.5% combined tax revenue collected from most businesses. Cannabis stores would also generate an additional local tax revenue of 3 to 9%. And it's lowballed at $1 million of tax revenue. I mean, to put this in perspective, the Beach Life Festival only brings in 2025 brought in $218,500 in direct tax revenue. So to be responsible, I would like you to reevaluate to bring cannabis dispensaries back into the city. This is $1 million. We know that, and that's lowballing it, and we could start that in 27. So we'll take care of that in 27. And it's the only way to do this in a timely manner. So really take a look at that. And I think the study was bogus. No, a lot of us didn't get to review it. And we have this opportunity to do this. I would like to make one more comment. If we're not going to be cleaning the Esplanade, then don't allow dogs on the Esplanade. They're not allowed in parks, so don't allow dogs in the Esplanade, and then guess what? Then we don't have to clean it. And see what residents think about that.
Okay, anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Wayne Craig. I'm a resident of District 1. I wanted to remind you, because we're talking about expenses and fee increases, is something really important a very great leader in our city said while he was on the council and as mayor. And he basically said in this way, he would never raise fees or cut services until all reasonable alternatives were exhausted. Now, I want to thank Council members Barron, Obaji, and Waller for pushing back on parking for Riviera Village. I think it's really important. The reason we encourage these things, because I was kind of trying to understand why we weren't, is that these are sections of the city that generate business. It's important to continue that. And it doesn't make sense to cut off something that is working. And so I want to thank you guys for doing that. And now, we spend, so this $25,000 we're complaining about, we just dropped $40,000 on a marketing thing for the city, which again, I talked about it earlier. I hope we have some results from that. But we dropped 40,000 bucks in there, and I was told that wasn't a big deal. But somehow 25,000 is. And I really think it's important that we don't lose sight of what's important in the city. Now, my other favorite topic is, Bill said he would look at all alternatives. So I'm going to show you an example of something called out of the box. Got a box right here, Amazon. My favorite topic in the city is why are we spending all this money on a gun range? 1.3 million bucks. 200 of the grand of that we've already spent could have paid for this parking for what, 8-9 years, right? Now, I was told at the last meeting very passionately, and I understand there's a person who went through a very great tragedy. I think our gun range, because it has no roof, is a really dumb idea. Why on earth would you build a gun range with no roof on it? Makes a lot of noise, terrible thing. Well, instead of spending $5 million, which was kind of commented before, to build a supposedly free $19 million gun range, why not put a roof on the gun range? How much is that going to cost? That's your plan B. Now, I came up with that idea after talking with the city manager for 5 minutes. Did any of you? I don't think it's going to cost $5 million to do that. In fact, it's probably going to be less than a quarter of that, maybe under, gosh, of the million we have left, who knows, half of that? Well, the remaining of that chunk of that money, where can that go? It can go to the project you're trying to fund. Like I said, got to think outside the box. There's other alternatives. We need to be careful about raising fees so high. Parking alone, I think if I'm doing the rough math, in the last 4 years, some of these fees have gone up, close to 100% for at least the parking pass fees. We need to take a step back, look at that before we spend any more money and cut services. And I thank you again, with Council Members Barrett, Obaji, and Waller for fighting for Riviera Village and other parts of the city that do generate money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
I had to go to the car and get a jacket. They're right, it's cold. Mark Hansen, Mayor, City Council staff. I'm going to speak first with my chamber hat on. I addressed you at one of the last meetings about this. For 26 years, I've often been in front of City Council over some of our volunteer-run events. And what I want to remind you is the Chamber's only got 2 employees. Everything else you hear about us doing is all done by volunteers. So a speech I've given before for other smaller events is, let's try to respect our volunteers. Let's not nickel and dime them to death. They come here and work for us for free. And then we come along and say, well, now we want to tax you on your volunteer work you're doing. And there is a real danger of losing these things. At some point, I don't mind going with my Kiwanis hat or my chamber hat and doing volunteer work. But at some point, if all the money's going into the general fund, I might as well come give you guys my resume and charge you my $300 an hour I normally charge. So let's be cautious. I'd love to see if you've got any wiggle room when you're done here, is do something to at least send a little message to the chamber. We're all watching this. Just show some kind of respect that we care about having a chamber in our city. Changing hats, putting my boating hat on. I gave you guys a one-page list of all the things we want to try to do in the harbor, and it's impressive. It's one heck of a list, and so it just seemed completely illogical to be not refilling the waterfront director position. I was ready to give a big speech about that, but the mayor fairly early on said, well, he could live with it as long as it was temporary, so I kind of held back on my remarks. I know there was some discussion about where we were going to note whether that it was temporary, so I just want to make sure that we note that, because let's get back to work on this harbor next year. Next up, in your reports today, you had a little bit from the Harbor Commission. Unfortunately, they didn't kind of have their normal big meeting they have, but they had talked about it very briefly in April, and I noticed that they wanted to get back to work on Mole B. I think it was last year that we noticed that somehow Mole B had fallen off of the capital improvement program, and we were assured, oh yeah, that'd get put back on. It's in there as a placeholder, but there's no money assigned to it, and I'm not suggesting we're going to fix that this year, but I think we should get it back on there and start funding it, because that is something great we need to do for the harbor. And finally, there was a budget response report about doing audits on a cost recovery basis. I want to recommend against that. 25 years ago, as the Commodore King Harbor Yacht Club, we had an audit, and the auditors were either incompetent or dishonest. It's just like they threw everything against the wall, see if it would stick. I had to take them back to school and teach them about our lease. I think there's a real danger if they're out to try to make a profit off of the audit. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to address the council?
Good evening, members of the council. Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach City Treasurer. I'd like to weigh in on what I've seen tonight and some other things, if I may, please. First thing I'd like to bring up is I thank you for including BRR 48 into your motion. I would encourage you for the adopted motion tonight, whichever it is, to please include that. With regard to the vapor wake that was brought up, when we got the vapor wake dog previously, that was funded, the majority of it was funded out of the Asset Forfeit Seizure Fund. It was about $35,000. There's roughly $85,000 in that fund right now. So if you're looking for a place to perhaps fund a vapor wake dog replacement, that would be a good place to do it. One of the things that hasn't been brought up that I would ask you to perhaps consider in the future is considering lift assist fees for fire department response to places like the Kensington. There are many cities around the country that are imposing lift assist calls for fire responses. I know Chief Butler has studied this, and they are essentially, Kensington, charging us for their service. Their employees do not help their residents who fall. So they're transferring that liability and that cost onto us. So please consider a study or an examination of lift assist fees going forward. When it comes to the parking permits, Mr. Craig is correct. 4 years ago it was $110 for a resident fee. Now it'll be $220. I'd like to suggest you're not considering all of the variables here. People are being pushed not towards meters and not paying for the permits. They're being pushed into neighborhoods and greatly impacting the residents' quality of life. They come home, they can't park when they get home from work, into the avenues, into the lower district avenues, onto Camino de la Costa. There's a great elasticity of demand I think we have reached. I would suggest rather reconsidering or reevaluating the cost that we're charging for the dining decks and for the sidewalk dining. We have a situation right now where we're charging $2 a foot. Retail space in the Riviera Village is being advertised at $10 a foot. And restaurant is being charged even higher than that. So I think we should get a better yield per square foot. That could pay for the delta in the parking permit fees or compensate for that if we keep them where they are, and perhaps for the lighting in the Riviera Village as well. So I would suggest perhaps looking at those fees if possible, or add some value if you're going to increase the parking permit fees for the residents, maybe extending the number of hours that they can park so that they perhaps won't surrender that permit and take their chances or go putting impacts into their neighborhoods. So instead of making it 4 hours for resident parking permit, make it 6 hours. Maybe that could be a compromise for increasing the fee. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I had a quick question on that, Mike. I thought we talked lift assist fees, is that not? Wasn't that pulled in the emergency response?
They're being charged an emergency medical service fee for lift, for any call out. Yeah, what I don't know is Kensington paying it, or are the folks that are residing there who they call on their behalf paying it? But we are tendering an EMS fee of $300 and whatever it is, $15.
Gene said that he had talked to the chief about this. Is it?
Lift assist is different. That's just, so that would be if they're calling exclusively to put them back into bed. What's happening is we're simply charging an EMS fee when we arrive on scene for that call.
So
they're getting that assessment.
So Eugene, are you suggesting we do both? A lift assist and the emergency response, or is that what you talked with the chief?
It's a little bit different. When there's a response and there are perishables that are provided to the by the responding paramedic, that's the paramedic fee. This is a fee where somebody has fallen. They're not requiring any of these perishables, but the people who work for the location are told not to help that person get up, place them back in a stable position. So rather than the care provider helping that person stand up or be repositioned, it's a separate type of response. That's my understanding. When I spoke to Chief Butler about this, it was a year ago, and we were talking about what some departments charge.
Okay.
Obviously, the fire department's going to know a lot better about that than I do, but this was something that had been discussed in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Let's get clarification.
Yeah, I just confirmed with Jason. I think even if we're not using perishables in the case of Kensington, when we're there and are being asked to just perform a lift, we're actually charging the EMS fee of $313.
Okay.
So we're
That's
covering.
what I thought when we discussed this, because we did discuss lifts.
Right.
Okay, anyone else wishing to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
Yes, we received one comment with no position indicated, and then we have Daryl Boyd online.
Go ahead, Daryl.
Boyd, District 3, 33-year tax-paying resident. Mr. Barrett mentioned public safety once again. So what does it take for tax-paying residents to qualify for that? Because we don't have it at North Prospect Avenue. And now we can add trees at 190th Street and Catalina Avenue, but not for North Prospect Avenue as promised. That's per Mr. Obaji's picks from earlier. Residents of 500 to 600 North Prospect Avenue thank Public Works Commissioner Candace Nafisi very much for speaking up for us on 4/27/26 at the Public Works Sustainability Commission meeting to City Manager Mike Witsansky. Speaking about North Prospect Avenue, a few of Candace's comments. The sound from the street is insane, and I have zero peace. I feel bad for the Prospect people. This should tell you everything. This isn't just a North Prospect Avenue problem. This is now a Borough Heights and neighborhood problem. It's a community and citywide problem. It's a quality of life problem. You are all well aware of the entire situation here at 500 to 600 North Prospect, as I've been seeking resolution since October 24, well documented to all of you. We've received nothing but silence from our District 3 Council Member Paige Kaludarovich over the past 5 council sessions when asked for her support for budget review and funding for solutions and remediation to clear public safety and noise nuisance, privacy issues, and overall quality of life issues at 500 to 600 North Prospect. Pickleball, Dominguez Park, State Assembly candidate political campaign parties, and Beach City's Health District agendas appear to be her priorities over us. Taxpaying residents and her constituents deserve much better. You've received the details and benefits for residents and the public who you say you want to protect. We are asking for funding for installation of speed tables on Main North Prospect Avenue. Mr. Obaji is after funding from the Traffic Calming Improvement Program for District 4. Why not for District 3 at North Prospect Avenue? Installation of a sound and safe wall on the outer perimeter of North Prospect median number 1. We see projects and funding approved for less important situations in the North Prospect Avenue median. Beach City's Health District has plans to build on top of us, facilitated by this current mayor and city council. With your approval of FAR 1.25, Beach City's Health District should help with funding if needed, as they are definitely a neighborhood offender. Fix and complete the landscaping on the entire North Prospect Avenue median. As I have spoken on this previously, we were left with an unfunctional and incomplete median landscape and beautification project. Please fix it, finish it, and be proud of it, as you are with other city projects. We estimate a reasonable...
Time's up.
Anyone else?
There are no other speakers.
Okay. Let's see, Councilmember Obaji. Oh, let me do something first. So we're after 10 o'clock. That's where we've set aside time to reassess the remainder of the agenda.
We don't have a choice here, do we?
We have 2 items on the agenda. The next one, L2, as I understand it, is not required by any time limit.
Well, we do want to approve L2. That should not be a long item. It's the fees associated with the budget action.
We have to get to the last one.
Yeah, we need to do L2
And we
too.
don't have to do L2, otherwise we'd have all the master fee schedules in front of us, and we only have 2.
The difference is the proposed budget is built on those fees being implemented effective July 1, the Community Development Department fees and the Community Services Department fees. If we delay that implementation, we have a problem.
That's good enough. No, you guys don't want to cut anything from the agenda tonight?
No. Let's get done.
Okay, I'm just doing what we said we'd do, Zane. Jeez. Okay, with that, Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really have too much more to add here. Yeah, Ms. Meyer, have you had the ability to reconcile, kind of figure out why there's such a big gap when I feel like they've assumed almost everything?
Maybe I'll go through sort of the just general points, and then Stephanie can kind of, so one apparent difference is the funding the aviation parking study out of the general fund. That's one distinction, $55,000. The RBPAC panel expense of...
So are you guys not funding it at all, or not directing them to seek grant?
That's a mid-year item in their motion.
So as in, there's no direction at this time for anything with regard to it?
Pursue
grant
grants.
funding.
Okay, pursue grants.
Pursue grants return at mid-year. That's their motion. Yours is $55,000 appropriation now. RBPAC panel, that's a distinction, $1,350. One motion currently has, well, now actually you've both reconciled the increased parking meter permit rate to $220, so I don't need to discuss that. Design
I just
service.
quoted that as $20,000 to the general fund because we might have some attrition.
So there is a distinction then in the value there. I think the value assigned in pages is.
We're 37.5.
37.5, yeah. So
And
that's
that was based on there being different rates proposed.
No, we did 220 also.
They just did a different
I just threw out
assumption
20,000 because
of amount.
He
Got it.
assumed
just don't know.
a loss of number of permits sold.
Well, and mine accounted for 200 loss.
Right. But wouldn't that, I thought the 200 loss would be a net loss to the city.
He's kind of,
The difference, just for now, let's just focus on the
could
difference
take
in the
that-
motions. Yeah.
it's the same.
We could take the actual number out of the budget,
Yeah.
keeping the 220 rate there, but taking the revenue,
Yeah.
potential
Right.
revenue
We
out.
can strip any sort of assumed revenue from that out of either. So I think we're okay there. Logo design services, $7,500. That's a distinction. There's $10,000 of tree planting funds out of the general fund in Zane's motion, Scott's motion that's not included. Dale Page Park maintenance, $2,500. There is one distinction. You're both attempting to fund the North Redondo Beach Bike Path restriping plan. One motion has it out of the subdivision trust fund or other grants. Your motion has it out of general fund. We can pursue grants for that. I don't believe we can use Quimby funds for that maintenance implementation.
Why not?
Because it goes beyond just the bike path. It's refreshing. It's truly a maintenance item. It's refreshing striping, and then it's going into streets. So that one starts to get beyond the kind of park amenity argument. So that's a distinction in the two motions. You're both attempting to fund it just with different
But it might
strategies.
be grant funded through another source anyway.
That we could pursue that if it's available. Sometimes maintenance refreshes for striping aren't super successful, though. I'll tell you that. That's not an easy grant to obtain. North Redondo Beach Farmers Market, the bollards is at $40K in one, not included in the other. The landscaping at South Juanita and Camino Real in one motion is general fund, and the other motion it's in Quimby. That's a distinction. Citywide monuments.
Sorry, can you repeat that last one?
So the South Juanita landscaping is a Quimby appropriation in the Castle Kalujetovich motion, whereas yours is got it in general fund. The citywide monument and waterfront benches, I assume, is the 126 in your motion, right? Those are the two items, so those are accounted for.
We did change that over to subdivision trust.
Which one, this South Juanita?
Yeah, the south one.
Okay,
No,
so-
sorry, that's replacing the fence. Let me see real quick, Juanita.
I'm still seeing that in general
Okay,
fund
it
here.
said subdivision trust funds if available. Yeah, it's drawing on the general fund, okay.
So that,
You have Quimby as backup in yours? Is that what you were saying?
No, it has to draw on something. So right now, it's currently drawing off the general fund. I can try to work it to draw off Quimby, but in any event.
the Performing Arts Center monument sign of $24,000, that's a distinction between the two motions, and then the $15,000 to hire the third-party facilitator for the annual performance review. That's another distinction between the two. Those are the items I see.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. City Manager. That's very helpful.
Can I ask you a quick question, Councilmember Abaji?
Yes, sir.
Last time you had included, and I don't recall it being in there this time, that decision package 30, that the position reduction would.
Yes, it is in here.
It is in there?
They're both motions have that, Mayor.
2B, it is on line 6.
That's okay, I'll trust you.
Yeah, it's in both.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Abaji?
I didn't really say anything yet, but I just need to figure out
Do you want to take a break?
how to make.
So with the changes that we talked about just now, of removing any income generated from the increase of parking meter passes.
But keeping the increase to 220.
Keeping it there, but just not accounting for any revenue generation. This motion is at $399,847 for the general fund. And then the other change then would also be that the North Redondo Beach lighting, or no, the striping would not come out of the Quimby funds, right? It would have to be grant funded. In this motion, it would be grant funded
It would either be grant funded or general
not.
fund. Yeah.
or not funded.
Or not
In
funded,
this
depending on
motion, it
your
would be grant funded or not. But then that would leave an additional $202,000 going to pickleball. Because at this
In your motion, yeah.
this
In your
motion
motion,
says remaining Quimby funds go to pickleball.
Go to pickleball.
So there's
So-
just excess Quimby funds at the end?
Yeah.
I mean, we would just have to have excess balance in Quimby and just limit pickleball too. We could keep it at 145.
Well, I mean, until it's funded at some point, just, it's this one
Okay,
year.
let's get
not
back to
forever.
some decorum.
All right, so-
Councilmember Obaji has the floor.
All right, 2B, please. So the NRB bike path gets a lot of use at night. It is very dark in that last block going to Dale Page. And Dale Page doesn't have any lights. The Cookie Zombie owner expressed, we asked him, what can we do to improve the area and the like around you? He said, light it up, provide more lighting. Lights are essential to safety. I could show pictures. I was just walking there last night, but it was a bright night in the sky, so that's was not the best example of it. The NRB bike path gets a lot of use, and it hasn't been refreshed in a long time, and it's just it's inconsistent in where it's been refreshed and where it hasn't. In some places, the whole insignia of the bicycle is gone, and so. You know, this is the kind of thing that makes people feel like they're cared for in a community is, how's the striping?
And if I could say one other thing about that, Mayor, it's a safety issue. We're directing children to take that bike path. We have pedestrians. It's one of the most used amenities. It's very important to have that restriped and repainted.
We have the data on how many bikes go on it.
And right now it's not, and we have some potential problems there. We've done a lot of work that needs to get done, and that's very important. And if it doesn't get funded through general funds, it's not going to happen. So it's critical for me.
You know, if on BRR 42, the North Redondo Beach Farmers Market, I don't hear anybody from there. When Craig was just up here, he didn't say fund this thing. If we want to delay it until it's implemented and then have a 4/5 vote or just bring it back next year. You know, I thought Councilmember Waller was seeking this closure also, but if you're okay with removing it, then we can remove it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, on that one, I think we could do that as a 4/5 or a delay on the
so we'll take that out.
volumes.
Not funded at this time. All right. This parking study update for Aviation Boulevard, I mean, we do direct them to seek restricted, transportation restricted funding, but as a fallback, I think you need to have momentum on this. Otherwise, it's not going to get done. $55,000. These are major changes. Take bold action to transform an area and a street that's dangerous and make it safer. That's important. And let's see. We have the increased parking permit rate to $220. I've taken Perry Park fencing down to $20,000. We included new replacement play equipment parts.
I think that was in theirs too.
Was it in theirs? Okay, you guys put it in. Wayfinding signs. And one other change I made here. I made your Juanita.
Put that down into
The fence?
Yeah, the fence.
It was up there.
Yep.
I made it out of the subdivision trust fund, so.
Yeah, it's lower.
Okay, there it is. So it's coming out of the subdivision.
All right, so there, you're congruous there.
And that's it. We still have all the branding changes.
On BRR 35, I believe Councilmember Kalvajevich's motion has 126,000.
Yeah, she combined
those two.
benches for
Okay.
the pier.
I think they're incongruent.
Yeah, they're same. So yeah, all we have here is the RV pack panel replacement and the signage at the RV pack. And I think that's really the main difference. $10,000 for trees, which is consistent with Tree City USA and beautifying Redondo Beach. I mean,
Yeah, I understand Councilmember Kaljetovich not wanting to spend money, but sometimes, I think something like trees, yeah, as they say, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Second best time is today. And our tree budget in the city has been barren for a long time.
so, and they're doing a great job right now. It's like, let's reward that great work. Let's provide positive affirmation and resupply them with resources to keep doing it.
So what's the bottom line? Delta.
We end up with a general fund balance of 227, 297, 24.
Ours is 399, 847.
There's
And-
something.
And our motion funds pickleball this year for $702,000.
Do you agree with those two assessments on the amount, Stephanie?
The general fund numbers, I think, are getting more congruous. The challenge is there's still different spends on a few of the items.
Yeah.
While she's looking at that, can I ask Councilmember Obaji a question about the subsidies, the thing that you had on the subsidies? Can you show that again so we can look at the Super Bowl race? So, for example.
So here's what I'll say on it generally, is if somebody comes to us and says, hey, we can't have our race because of your new street closure fee. What I would like us to say is, okay, show us your pro forma. Show us where you can't have this race because of our fee. And then, based on them not being able to break even, or, then we can give them a one-time subsidy by a 4/5 vote or what have you. But I don't want to give people subsidies so they can make profit off the city's back.
So right now, that one shows the city fees of $33,481. The per mile fee, is the per mile fee adding another $36,720? So their fees will go from 33 to 70?
Right. And right now, those fees, the 33 is, well, one, it's PD, but also the barricades to close.
I understand that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
The fee is literally 110% increase.
Right, because things cost more.
No, it's not like cost more. We're doubling. It's not like 33 to 37,000.
Oh, right, yeah.
33 to $70,000.
Well, and to be clear, I wouldn't classify the initial portion of that as a fee. That's reimbursing the city for costs.
Sure, okay, well,
This would be a fee.
Costs for the chambers would be going from $33,000 to $70,000. And I haven't seen their books. I don't know how much they make, but I could see that being a negative.
Okay. But if I were organizing a run that was 6.2 miles and I was using 5 total mile, or 4.6 total miles of roadway and I'm being charged $8,000 a mile, I'd consider cutting my cutting the mileage down to 3.1 with an out and back, right? Rather than a bunch of fresh concrete. I'm not familiar with this route, but presumably it could be shortened up a little bit and still make use of the Esplanade and the like.
It is a large.
It is out and back as far as I know.
No, there's a big loop. The Esplanade.
I guess there is a little bit of a loop around the power plant.
Yeah.
That's the only,
But
everything
the
else.
Esplanade's all out.
But Esplanade is out and back.
So
Basically, it's from Catalina and Burl or something like that. It's out and back.
Right.
they'd have to do the same, do like 4 out and back twice or something to cut the route much. Yeah, but if they go from 4.59 to 3.5 by not going around the power plant, it's not making that much of a difference. 36K goes down to 28K, 29K, more than they paid last year. But, you know,
Again, if they come to us with their pro forma, I mean, that's the...
Yeah, if the council's amenable to giving a subsidy or a fee waiver in the future for that, that's fine. But I can obviously see why they'd be reacting to a fee going up by $37,000.
Can we somehow document that, Mike, in the budget?
I missed the last part. I was conferring.
Councilmember Obaji saying that if someone comes with their pro forma, then we'll consider a fee waiver.
I mean, I think
We can document it. The challenge is you're going to see that request for every event.
Well, that's what he's just
But,
asking.
Yeah. At the time of
we have
the
our signature
submittal.
events listed here. And so if it's one of our signature events that we're subsidizing, the city's basically making an extra $37,000 a year than they used to from that event.
Yep, that's correct.
There's only so many that affects, right?
Well, that one event is an extra $37,000.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's
Whereas the hydrocephalus walk goes up, I have to scroll over just a little bit more so I can see the other side.
To the right.
To the right.
Right?
Yeah, just so I can see column, yeah.
doubles.
That goes, well, it goes from
Which one is that? 16.
16.9 to 29,000. So
Yeah, it's not the same percentage.
this is not nearly as large of a percentage. 4th of July,
those are
it's
all
not
out
on the
and back.
left. But yeah, so those are pure out and back. So that's why they're 5Ks instead of 10Ks.
Right. That's the big difference.
So their increases aren't shockingly large. I can see why $37,000 extra is a lot for the Super Bowl one. So could argue to increase the subsidy now because we know they're going to come back to us and say they can't afford it. And I think we do want to have that race. Yeah, I think we talked about it before, almost about all of us, but I know many of us have participated in that race for many years. I've got shirts going back 20 plus years.
I understood from the city manager that this year, because of the Nike run, but just this year, because we have the Nike run just this year, we have more money to potentially provide in subsidies for just this year. So I think I'd be willing, I think Councilmember Barrett would be willing, my Brown Act partner, to throw a little more money towards the Super Bowl 10K run, but also encourage them to trim their total mileage down to 1/2 of 6.2 miles, and therefore, meet us halfway. So what kind of subsidy would you want to add, Councilmember Waller, to the Super Bowl 10K run?
Considering we're in, if they cut their mileage down to 3 and change at 8,000, that's 24,000 extra. We'd need to give them another 15,000 at least, and that would still be charging them extra $10,000. So they would they'd have to increase their fees to whatever they have to do to get that.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable request if that's your ask to join on this budget, which incorporates pretty much everything that we've all talked about, and go with this budget that Councilmember Onobaji and I have presented and will present as a substitute to the substitute, if that's what you're saying. Are you agreeable to that?
Yes.
Okay, then I
Do you
think,
need a substitute to the substitute, or can you
Yeah.
just adjust your original motion?
well, we'll do a substitute to the substitute.
Either or, it doesn't really matter.
We'll do a substitute to the substitute and vote on that first. It captures everything. It
Yeah.
includes,
This is a significant change.
it's
Subsidy
significant.
to
We've made a
10K.
lot.
So just to be clear, the subsidy is going from the 10 that's in BRR 8 to 25, based on that discussion.
Yes.
Yes,
So I'm just going to add it as a line item here. So it's $15,000.
Plus 15, an
It's gonna
additional
draw
15.
on the general fund balance.
And we review these each year, right?
Yeah.
So we can change it next.
Just make clear, it's additional subsidy, not replacement subsidy.
Yes, it is an addition. I will make that clear. Just give me one second.
Is your budget assuming all of those extra $8,000 per mile fees for all of those events?
The budget, as Councilmember Obaji mentioned, we haven't executed the license yet, but based on current planning estimates, the lion's share of our revenue estimate this year will be afforded through the Nike Run, if it ultimately occurs as currently conceptualized. So additional subsidy in this regard won't have a meaningful effect on the budget. It's helpful, I think, to have it run through the accounting to be clear. Kind of better safe than sorry in that respect, but I do think there's a fair chance we'll do better than that with final outcome.
Yeah, and what I was asking about really was, were you assuming $8,000 per mile of revenue to the city for the 4th of July run, the 5K run, for all of the items listed in that? Was that listed as actual revenue to the city in your assumptions?
It was when we prepared the budget. As our discussions evolved with Nike,
I mean, not just Nike, all the others.
There becomes some surplus with that. The key for us, though, is establishing. Yeah, the key for us, though, is establishing this fee. Isn't just for this fiscal year, right? That's the annualized reality of our need here.
Okay. Well, with that, Councilmember Waller, we now have a substitute to the substitute, and that's the motion that Councilmember Obaji has there. So I present that as the substitute.
And you seconded it.
Yeah, the substitute, and he seconded.
One clarification, Councilmember Obaji, did you zero out the revenue estimate for the parking meter permit fee?
Yeah, I did. She has a live link, so everything should be updated there, but it is zero there.
So can we get clarification on things that may disagree with Councilmember Kaljedovich?
We just have more here. So we have the NRB bike path funded.
Out of general fund.
Out of general
A lot of
fund.
general funds, yeah.
Parking study.
The banner.
And the parking
logo-
study, $55,000 for the Aviation Boulevard parking study, $10,000 for trees.
What about the marquee signs?
Marquee signs are all funded.
24K for the Performing Arts Center marquee signs.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
different.
24K for the marquee signs, right?
So
For Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center.
it's all pretty much there.
I'm just, since there was a large number difference, I thought we were closer than that. So that's why I was trying to make sure that.
Yeah, we're down to closer to $175,000 difference now.
Okay.
So we have about
So pickleball that we were gonna give them, but we
172,000.
don't want it.
No, that's for the
And
pickleball.
that's 90,000 or
Sorry, I
96,000.
tried to give pickleball an extra $100,000. I don't know if there you go.
We know it's a priority.
All right.
It's their priority, but I don't know.
Again, I'd remind everybody, it's a $131 million budget.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So
You've made your substitute motion, Scott. You have your, Councilmember Barrett, you have your hand up. Do you have anything else you want to
no,
add?
I think we should
Okay,
call the vote.
Councilmember Waller, I mean, we need to wrap this up.
No. My question was about the fees that I got to ask there. So I'm withdrawing my hand.
They're basically the same budget. Theirs is just slightly more conservative and holding on. $150,000, $170,000 more.
All right.
That's it.
Okay.
I'm going to call the vote.
All right.
And I'm going to do a roll call vote. So we're on the substitute of the substitute motion. Councilmember Waller.
Aye.
Councilmember Castle.
Nay.
Councilmember Kalajérovich. Councilmember Obaji.
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett.
I'm an aye, and this is a very close motion. I appreciate the principle and not voting for it.
Well, I
but yeah,
appreciate that
thank you.
everybody moved towards the middle.
Okay, excellent.
So the
Thank
motion
you.
carries 3-2.
All right.
I would, yeah, I would suggest that we close the hearing, assuming there isn't any inclination or a tendency towards a veto.
No.
No, we've got to go, like you were just saying.
Right now, I have no inclination towards.
Okay, then I would say close the public hearing.
Motion
Motion to
to,
close the public hearing.
Second.
okay, all for?
Aye.
Okay, that's unanimous.
That was 5-0.
Okay, good work. Do you guys want to break, or do you want to just
Take a,
I know you have to,
Let's try, can't we plow through?
yeah,
At least with hearing. Can we keep going? Just,
Yeah.
can we get hearings done and?
Yeah.
Okay.
he's got to read the motion.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2606-043, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting an annual budget for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027 as amended.
Okay. Now we're going to hearing L2. This is the public hearing on just two of the master fee schedules, one for the Community Development Department and the other was Community Services Department.
Correct. I'll just introduce this briefly. This is a carry-on. It is an essential action for us to execute the budget motion that was just approved, and the fees is, I'm sorry?
Motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
All for?
Aye.
Okay,
Excellent.
it's unanimous.
Yeah, so no PowerPoint needed tonight. The fees that are proposed in the hearing materials, including the blue folder, mirror what was included in the proposed budget. As was mentioned during the prior discussion, the fees related to the parking meter fee, the annual parking meter fee, the adjustment to our parking meter rates, and the citation fees that were mentioned, as well as towing fees, those will come back as part of a subsequent action in July. Most of those will be scheduled for, including the $2 a foot at minimum discussion of the slip fees. Those will come back in July for final action. Everything else that was included in the proposed book is here for execution tonight, and it is consistent with the direction that was provided by the council as it pertains to the various community development department fees. We had that conversation a few months ago. Council's direction has been incorporated into the proposed fee schedule here. And again, it is consistent with the decision packages were included in the proposed budget. So,
And right now, none of the changes we made tonight would impact either of these?
no, this as
We're
proposed.
clean on as published.
We're clean as published in these areas with the blue folder materials that were included. That was the final schedule, I think, that was missing previously.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Waller.
Yes, in the blue folder item that came in, page 21 of the master fee schedule, for appeals, it had an increase from $500 to $600 for appeals. I know we had a discussion on appeals last year where staff wanted to raise it up, and we said we don't want to make it unaffordable, and there's only a handful of appeals a year. I think I would like to leave that one at 500 instead of having it go up to 600, just because it's not going to make a difference in our budget. A few $100s, and it could make a difference in a regular citizen wanting to make appeal off of a project.
I agree with that.
Thanks for highlighting that. I totally agree. And having been an appellant as a resident, I think it's high cost. It's cheaper to appeal to the Coastal Commission than to our own city.
And I would say that we are not estimating significant revenue from appeals. So that is not, not going to move the needle on our budget.
Okay. Is that it, Councilmember Waller?
That was it.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that one up. Appreciate it. Okay, I see no other hands up. Anyone from the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
There's no one online.
Okay, I will call the vote. Oh, well.
So we, close the hearing
Close
and
the
then.
public hearing. Could I get a motion to close?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so I will ask for entertain a motion to approve both documents.
I would say the simple way to do is to approve the fees as proposed with the exception noted pertaining to appeal hearings.
All right, so I would move that we approve the fees as, is it in that one there, as proposed, with the one amendment that I suggested. Do I need to mention the
leaving the
resolution number?
No, you're okay on that.
Okay.
And adopt the various resolutions.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Councilmember Waller?
Aye.
Councilmember Castle? Aye. Councilmember Kalajerovich?
Aye.
Councilmember Obaji?
Aye.
Councilmember Barrett?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. City manager items.
2 items to read.
Yeah, sorry. Rezo.
We have adopt by title only resolution number CC 2606-044, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Community Development Department user fees as amended. We also have adopt by title only resolution number CC-2606-045, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, amending the Community Services Department user fees. That is it.
Okay, city manager items.
Given where we're at this evening, no items tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, we're jumping down to item P1. That's the finally discussing and possible action regarding the city council rules of conduct and decorum. Were you going to?
No presentation from us. This is a long-standing effort. The mayor, Councilmember Barron, Councilmember Obaji, a lot of hard work, city attorney's office, Joy, her staff. Luke, I think, helped try to assemble some of these items. The clerk's office, this has been a team effort. I defer to you, Mayor, and Councilmember Barron, who have really spearheaded this. We're comfortable with the documents as proposed. I believe they've been reviewed legally. We're comfortable with the legal ramifications. They're compliant with the recent change to the Brown Act that goes into effect July 1. My strong suggestion would be we adopt the new rules this evening, and if there are any areas that you would like to revisit later, we could always come back and do that. But it is important that we do approve these tonight so we're compliant with the new requirements in this. I think it's the Senate. Is it Senate bill or Assembly bill if on the Brown Act? The Senate bill. That's all we have, Mayor.
Anything to add, Luke? Just shake your head, one or the other.
I don't, Mr. Mayor, but I do have a summary of the Senate Bill 707 as it pertains to Brown Act compliance if you wanted that flashed up, but if not, happy to.
I think you mentioned the highlights for that change, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can reiterate those real quick unless you wanted to throw your slides out. Yeah, I think the two big changes, I already said one in the beginning, and that's we have to switch back and forth between folks who are online. The second one is if the remote users, that service drops while we're in session, we have to get, or any of the commissions are in session, any of the public meetings, we have to stop the meeting, take a recess, and try for up to 1 hour to restore it. And if after good faith attempts to restore it, then the body can decide to continue with the meeting that evening or continue it to a future session. So I think those are the two main things that I mentioned.
Yeah, and that's a fairly substantive one. That happens to us periodically, so that could be that could have an effect.
Weight. Yep.
Yeah.
I do have a few words. First, I would say from my assessment of the latest version that it really incorporated everything that I had intended, but in a better format and in more legalese. So to that end, I appreciate the efforts of Councilmember Barron, the legal staff, and City Clerk's office. So I appreciate the camaraderie and the working together. It's been a long time coming to get here tonight, and we have to pass it tonight because of that. The Brown Act bill. We have until, I think, 2 July to comply. So thank you very much on that. It is based on Rosenberg's rules. If anyone from the public has any questions, we did include the very original briefing on how this came about, but I'm not going to reiterate all that. So with that, Councilmember Waller, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I found a few little type errors. Can those just be considered?
Scrivener?
We do pen and ink.
So we don't need, it's like, instead of saying, it's like, it should say this here, or, those, or.
Take care of it.
Mayor and instead of mayor or, okay, perfect. Then I'll come up with a list of those little things that I just found in my.
Is that okay, Joy?
Can you identify them now?
That will be my motion.
It's a list.
It's not a huge list, but I think in one point it says Appendix B includes, and it should be Appendix A.
If the motion includes discretion to accept Councilmember Waller's edits, I think we can incorporate those changes.
Non-substantive Scrivener errors, yeah. Okay, so with that.
Is that it?
That's it. That's it.
Okay, then Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't repeat everything you said. I agree with it and what City Manager said. All right, I'll make a motion to adopt the revised City Council Rules of Conduct and Decorum along with additional updates to council procedures and documentation, including starting closed session deliberations at 4 p.m. rather than 4:30 p.m. Updating the City Council agenda template and establishing a script to be utilized when disruptions to City Council meetings occur, with the proviso that any non-substantive typos may be corrected by staff. Okay, non-substantive type.
And thank you, Councilmember Barron, for your leadership on this. Really heroic work.
Mayor kicked it off and everyone else helped. My pleasure.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Any public input? There's no public in the audience. It's all staff. Anyone online?
There's no one online.
And no e-comments?
There are no e-comments.
Okay, with that, I'll call the vote. All for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. This is actually a historic moment. It's the first time the body has had a complete set of rules of conduct since the start of the city. So well done. Wow.
Quite an effort. I mean, we've underplayed it tonight because of all the other items, but this was a big lift. Everybody did a great job.
Okay, let's see. Any referrals to staff?
Did you have your referrals to staff from your?
I'm going to.
Okay. I have none, no.
None.
I have several. I would like to agendize a discussion regarding our the development of an annual process to evaluate crossing guards, the city crossing guard program, including existing locations, new requests, and the process that we're going to go through to select locations in response to changing demographic and community needs.
Second.
Yeah, before we go there, we're kind of getting ahead of this. We're supposed to meet as the subcommittee next month to discuss this further. So why don't we wait to do that as we agreed upon?
Well, I would say that I feel like we're at a crossroads and I just bring it to the
I
council.
know, but
so
when we have an agreement that we're going to wait till next month to talk about it, we don't come out here and make a referral to try to circumvent that in staff. So I'd ask that you withdraw that and we could talk about it next month. I think that's a fair request.
This is my request. I think we discussed it before and I just feel like we weren't getting anywhere. So I'd like to have all of us participate in it.
Okay.
What's the timing you're anticipating for this, though? We're not talking about like in the next 3 months, right? We've got to see how the current configuration works out and then visit it either 6 months down the line, or 8 months down the line, right?
So the discussion is just that. What are we going to do? What is our process of how are we approaching this going forward? So it's not changing anything. It's just saying, how are we going to move forward with this process? What's the next step? We've made these changes. We put out the map to the school district. We're making these changes, but what's our next step?
I think next steps have fidelity to what we agreed to, which is to come back next month with staff and the city manager in the subcommittee and not come out here at 11 o'clock at night and throw this. So I ask that you withdraw it. I ask it not be supported. If it's put forward, I ask the mayor veto it.
I think the subcommittee's reached an impasse and we need to break up the subcommittee.
I think we need to talk about
So
it.
we have a motion on the floor. You seconded
I'll
it? Do you
second
withdraw
it.
your second?
No, I don't withdraw my second. Let's just
Okay.
have the discussion and get knock it out.
Okay, I'll call the vote on it, all four.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
I'm opposed, Mayor, for the reasons already stated, and I won't repeat them, but this is not how we do business in the city, where we form a subcommittee, we bring in staff, we reach an agreement, and someone goes rogue and does this. We've got to be forthright with each other, work in front and not behind us, and I think that was imprudent, improvident, and highly improper. So that's all, Mayor. I'm a no.
Okay, thank you. Any others?
I do. The discussion on possible changes to the special event business licensing municipal code and process, which was decision package 27. Obviously, that highlights a need to change that. This is talking about business licenses for things like Spring Fest and the like that don't fit into our current system.
Yeah, this is the business license waiver process that's going to take some substantive review. I think it's certainly something that Stephanie and the company would like to embark on.
We keep getting asked to do.
Right. Yeah, and it's, right now we're doing the waivers and it's kind of a pain. So we'll try to find a time to fit it in to the agenda and kind of kick that off. It is, Muni code update's going to be a pretty big deal.
I mean, just to have it in.
Do you need do we need to make it a referral, or are you just accepting?
I think we're working on it, but it's good. I mean, it's good to put it out
So
there in
we
the
have a second?
ether, make sure we know.
Consensus that we're going to talk about it.
We have a second on the floor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
The other one was about the discussion about pickleball. I know we have a project coming forward aggressively. Do we have a direction to send that discussion to the Public Amenities Commission? Discuss all of that with the scope and operations and funding strategies and all of that coming here.
Yeah, so what would happen naturally with absent a referral, what would come back logically for us is as we bring on our designer who's working on concepts and cost estimates associated with the various amenity possibilities, and we start talking about operational controls and the like, that would come back to you all as a next step. And I'm guessing that's probably sometime in the early fall. If you want the Public Amenities Commission to review that before you see it, we would need a referral to do that. You could also choose to see it first and then refer it to the commission for follow-up review.
Whichever you all feel, but I mean, that is a big public amenity. I feel like they should weigh in at some point.
But it's a joint priority project of Councilmember Barron's and I. It's got $1.2 million allocated to it. I feel like it's a public amenity. No doubt it's going to eventually go to the Public Amenities Commission, right?
It would likely, the first stop
At
though,
some
when we
point.
do scoping,
Right.
typically our first stop's here.
Right.
Because it has fiscal implications. And then commission would be more
I feel like we've
design.
sent a strong message to the city manager and staff that this is our priority project, so it's gonna go
going
down
to
the
come-
fastest
okay,
route
I just-
possible. Thank you.
And I brought this up just because I saw the project, I saw the budget, and it was, Q1, Q2, and I was like, we've never talked about this.
Right.
It sounds like it's coming to us. Great.
Yeah, it'll be a pre-concept discussion. Yeah.
Last discussion request is potential facility use policies, including fee waivers, subsidies for recreation programs, youth activities, community organizations, and public uses. This is that discussion about how we use our fields with youth programs and potentially other for-profit organizations that we are not capturing.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All four?
Before we.
Little time on that. I would request a
what's
little
your-
time.
Yeah. I would like to have this in the queue because it's part of how we're recovering fees, getting that. So even if it's like before mid-year.
Yeah, I think we could achieve that goal. It's a good size list for community services. So, and this initial discussion would be kind of a outline structure of how it would work. Wouldn't necessarily be a firm recommendation, but we could do something by mid-year.
Okay.
You think by mid-year there's enough time? If you need more time, you'll let us know.
Yeah.
So it's not
for the initial discussion, I think we could do something. So what we'll end up doing is we'll expand or contract our level of detail based on what we can accomplish, but I think we can certainly have at minimum, a substantive preliminary discussion by mid-year.
If that changes, you'll let us know. We don't want to knock other things out of the queue.
Yeah, will do, yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that vote was unclear, so is it,
Aye.
I'll redo it? All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous.
That's it, thank you.
Okay, I would like, so Mike, out of the discussion earlier, do you feel you have the action to schedule a discussion on naming the park along Redondo on the 7th? Or do we have to do a referral?
You should do that now as a referral, because we didn't put that in the final motion, so.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
And that's going to be specific to the Redondo.
Just, I don't want to hear the
Redondo.
rest of it, I want to get
Just
into a
Redondo.
deep discussion.
Redondo Park naming, okay.
Good stuff, man. None
Okay.
for me, none for me.
Councilmember Obaji?
None for me, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Barrett?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, with that, I will take.
Motion to adjourn.
Come on, at least let me say it.
Those
Do I have a second?
Second.
All four?
Aye.
Okay, the next meeting of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach will be an adjourned regular meeting to be held at 4 p.m. Closed session and regular meeting to be held at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, July 7th, 2026, right here in City Council chambers. Thank you and good night. Good job, council.
I probably.